Drumroll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
That is bravery.
Fancy it to go, and he duly obliges.
Once and twice, and it's 3-2 Robinson. Another. And Bartow is off and running in this one.
Require 160.
Well, this could be the spark for Cole. He needs to find one, and the 160 could be exactly that.
That is a world-class 140. Followed by an impressive 1-2-1. Whitehead's in the mood.
Day two's worth of action in Group A here in Week 7. Welcome along to Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. It's very tight following the first day's worth of play. 5 players on 6 points overnight. Thomas Banks is still searching for his first victory. Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the action, and you couldn't have asked for a tighter looking Group A going into Tuesday's proceedings. 5 players level on points going into today's play, and it is the former champion, the first ever champion, Conan Whitehead, who has a slender lead in terms of legs difference. The asset Paul Nicholson is alongside us once again to talk about all of the action, and look, we expect it to be a tight group before a dart was thrown, and it certainly lived up to be the case yesterday.
Most definitely. I think we all knew with 6 previous weekly winners that things were going to get very exciting. But I don't think anybody forecast 5 players on 6 points. And quite frankly, I think moving day on Tuesday, it may just live up to the 100% mark of what that could be today. Because if somebody has one of the best days they've ever had here, they can put themselves in a great position ahead of Wednesday.
And look, it was a day of big numbers, big averages, and the big man, Jimmy Vansky, were the biggest of the lot.
That we're not surprised about, because someone putting in 110, it was always going to come from this kind of group, because these lads have got big ceilings. But Jimmy putting in that kind of performance, the scary thing is it could have been a lot better. He had a bit of a dodgy 4th leg, and his average came down by about 15 points, but he finished the game off really, really well. But that could have been an astonishing average at the end. It's still brilliant, and we judge him by very high standards, but it just goes to show how far he could possibly go in this game when he's playing that well.
And we saw some heavy hitting from the likes of Conan Whitehead and Chaz Bartow, 11 180s each for the day. Yeah,
that's a really good total, and 22 accumulatively counted for half of the group. So, yes, we know that Whitehead is noted for hitting maximums, plenty of them. But I like the fact that he's hit maximums in 7 consecutive games now. It means the streak is alive once again. You know how much I like to talk about that, Henry. But Chaz Barstow, he's in fabulous form right now for his country, for himself. He's ready to pop again. It's great to see. He's superb to watch. But I don't think we give him enough credit for how well he maxes as well. So it's nice to have the evidence of what he can possibly do ahead of the next couple of days.
Well, this is how the betting looks. And it's very interesting because actually you got the player 5th in the table at the top of the betting and the player at the top of the table 5th in the betting.
I can agree with Jimmy being the favourite because of what he did yesterday. We'll talk about it in commentary about the exact numbers as far as his average was for yesterday. But Whitehead being 5th in the betting, that I don't get because he's leading. He looked like he had a lot of passion and motivation yesterday. And you know for a fact he's not going to be lacking that today off the back of yesterday. So I am a bit perplexed by that.
And the most consistent player.
I suppose so. It's hard to separate the top 5, isn't it? Because it's only 5 legs between top and bottom. But consistency, yes, he had that yesterday when he was winning well. When he lost by a very fine margin. That's why he's top. And I expect Conan to be very close to the top, if not top, overnight tonight.
It is 18+, gavinaware.org if you're going to have a flatter on the Super Series today. Well, our final game of yesterday was the best match of the day between Chaz Bartow and Jimmy Vansky, and that is how we're going to open up proceedings on this Tuesday. Jimmy, of course, a former runner-up in this building, and early on this morning, I caught up with him. Jimmy, a bit of a strange day for yourself yesterday. You must have been really pleased with the way you played, despite the fact you're 5th in the table.
Yeah, my scoring was okay. I mean, good. My doubles were not so good. I think I was like 1 out of 18 the first match, and then 3 out of 13, I think, and 4 out of 13. Well, yeah, that's just saying that the doubles has to be my friends now. Going to be my friends, and if that will happen, I can be a dangerous player to everybody.
When it clicked, it really did click. I know the 110 is a standout, but towards the end of the day, it looked like you were finding another level.
Yeah, I thought, like, come on, let's don't be afraid to hit the double, you know, like you have hit them before. So yeah, I think it gave me confidence after the game that I won against Conan, and then of course a big boost against Reese, and then the last game, yeah, Chaz played phenomenal. So yeah.
Really competitive group, 5 players on 6 points overnight. You've been here a lot, but have you seen a group as tight as this after the first day?
No, not when I was in the group. No, I've seen it before a few times, but no, this is the first time I experienced it myself.
What's the key to today? What do you think you got to do to get the best total out of it, to get the best return out of today?
Throw the same scores and a little bit more doubles. No, I just think every player is a good player, so just try to play my A game every game and see what happens.
Wish you all the best. Go well today, Jimmy.
Thank you very much.
Jimmy's going to get us underway against Chaz Bartow. It was quite the game yesterday. Chaz winning it by a 4-1 scoreline, average in excess of a ton in that one. And it really was towards the end of the session where we really did see the heavy artillery from both players. Jimmy's last 2 averages, 110 and 95. The 95 coming in that defeat to Chaz, whilst for Bartow, as the day went along, the numbers just went up and up and up. A 95 average against Jared Cole, 92 average against Thomas Banks, and then complementing it with his solitary 3-figure average. So these 2 players on 6 points going into today's action as the referee Jack Gara just sorts out a board issue, just keeping things straight. And so this is how the table looks. Whitehead from Cole, from Bartow, Robertson, Vansky, all on 6 points. Thomas Banks looking to pick up his first win of the session. Well, the board issue has been fixed. Jimmy and Chaz just having a double check to see that all is straight. They both feel good. Fist bump between the pair, and they will throw their final practice darts before we get underway in this first game of the second day's worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for this pair, 2 players that got better as the day went along. Vansky, the 31-year-old from Breda in the Netherlands, 3-time weekly winner from 5 appearances here, up against the 46-year-old Chaz Bartow from Winchester, twice a winner here, twice a Champions Week combatant, and he will be hoping for a hat-trick, and if he does so, he will put his name amongst an illustrious list of players that have won here on 3 or more occasions. And when you consider how good a career Chaz has had in this building on the previous one, you feel like it's a roll of honour he would deserve to be a part of. Jack Garvin is the referee in charge of the action. Paul Nicholson's alongside me in commentary, and it's going to be the big man to get us underway on what could be a big day.
We started with a maximum yesterday.
140.
We don't with Jimmy. But it's still a very, very decent start. And I love what you were saying there, Henry, about
96.
getting better as the day goes on. Because you don't have to be a morning player in a weekly sense
96.
to succeed. If you can be an afternoon player, or even better, an evening player, you can be the last person on the stage on
42.
Saturday night. Using that statement as somewhat motivational if you're not a morning player, use the morning games
58.
to figure out why you aren't a morning player. Do you need those extra couple of hours to feel awake and alert?
58.
Do you need a couple of games to get you going? Well, here's the thing. Come Saturday night, you don't have the luxury of having a couple of games to get going.
57.
You've got to be out of the traps. But you don't necessarily have to do that on Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
98.
Well, for Jimmy, the highs were very high
150.
yesterday, but he mentioned it in his interview. His one big problem was at this part of the leg, the tail end of the leg, getting the job done. Overall, over the course of yesterday, 14 from 52 in terms of his doubling.
57.
That is 26% on the outer ring. In fact, Chaz Bartow had the best finishing figures of everybody. In fact, he's probably the most well-rounded player if you look at the numbers from yesterday.
30.
Average just under 90,
Jimmy required
89.65, 41% on his double, 16 hits from 39 attempts. But how's Jimmy Vansky's first attempt at a double going to be today? He's seen Bartow not on a finish, so going inside of the
77.
double 18, decides to split, leaving free at double 8 upon his return.
Well, isn't that a sign of confidence?
44.
A more
Jimmy
cagey
required
or
16.
defensive player would have gone for double 9. Not Jimmy.
12. Judge
That's a reaction of someone
133.
who had the same start yesterday. What I mean by going for the single 2 as a sign of confidence is if you look at either side of that single 2, you've got 2 big
Jimmy
numbers there.
require 4.
One of them is a bust shot. And this is the first leg of the day. How does he hit this? My gut reaction is he's got to go left where he is right now. That's his better angle. If he goes over the top, he's got less interference.
No score. Judge require 40.
I tried to find a way through, wasn't able to do so, and so Barstow's back for tops. Vansky's missed 6 in this
It's on the
opening leg,
first
and he's been
leg,
duly
just
punished by Barstow, who pins the tops and gets a opening leg breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
There was one dart yesterday that Jimmy had when it hit tops and fell out. And I said at the time it's the most annoyed
57.
I've ever seen Jimmy Vansky. At the end of leg 1, that's the second most annoyed I've ever seen him.
140.
His average yesterday, 93.97.
134.
That was a good 4 points better than Chaz over the course of the day. But it was somewhat
96.
inflated by that 110 average in game 4.
It's kind of one of those things where numbers can sometimes be a
30.
little bit deceiving, and that's why we look at things like range of performance. And actually, if you look at the likes of Chaz Bartow, Conan Whitehead, and you look at their numbers, the range of performance wasn't as
95.
big as perhaps the likes of Jimmy Vansky had yesterday. Conan Whitehead averaged 87.6, highest average was 95.81, Chaz Bartow 89.65.
55.
Okay,
Jimmy
had that
require 170.
ton average, but there wasn't much that really dipped low in terms of his averages over the course of the day.
I think the encouraging thing for Jimmy yesterday
50.
was that his lowest average of the day was 86.6. Some people would come here and not have that as their best for the day. That shows where Jimmy's at.
95. Jimmy require 120.
This would cure the ails of leg 1. He's not going to move for this one.
Game shot.
That
the
is a
second
beautifully
leg. Jimmy
crafted finish, and
Vansky.
all of a sudden, leg 1 is completely forgotten. Ton plus
Third
finishes
leg,
for
it's
everyone
Jimmy to throw
yesterday, apart from
first.
Thomas Banks.
Game on.
He's been cut adrift. And it's very much up for interpretation as to who
59.
the favourite is going into Wednesday. You're going to have to stay tuned to Pluto TV over the next 4 or 5 hours to figure out who's going to lead this pack.
108.
I wouldn't be surprised if there are more ties at the top of the table come the end of Tuesday. Especially if we're going to get more maximums like that from Chaz.
42.
11 180s for the day yesterday for Chaz.
140.
At his best, he is one of the biggest scorers we have here. He'd be the first to admit that there's times where sometimes woes on the outer ring can cause him some concern.
57.
It's the same for every dart player. Show me one dart player who's had an impeccable career on finishing. None of them.
85.
We've
Judge
all
require
had our troubles.
124.
The idea of getting a ton there to leave double 12 is gone. He's got himself 89 left here. Should be down for the 19s.
54.
That hasn't worked out brilliantly. So Vansky can get himself onto a finish now and ask a question.
59. Judge requires 70.
So 6 darts for what would be the third consecutive break at the beginning of this contest. Tops the Bartow. 2-1 Bartow, 15 darter. Jimmy Vansky has won a title here this year. Picked up the
Full
international
flag,
pairs
Chester
alongside
through
Danny
first.
Van Tripe.
Game on.
3 weekly wins, a Champions Week final in 2024. But I get the sense that this year for Jimmy,
58.
there's more expectation that's been heaped on his shoulders. And I feel like what he's learning this year is how to deal and manage with that expectation, where perhaps there was a lot of the time last year and then having a free roll about the way he was going about his business.
I think he handles his new reputation very well.
29.
If I may speak freely. We knew who Jimmy Vansky was within
100.
6 days of him being here. We wanted to figure out what kind of player he was. He didn't make Saturday at his first attempt, but after that, he became Mr.
58.
Perfect. He would always make Saturday. But when he started going to the Pro Tour, there were people who have been around the sport for a long time asking, who's this tall lad from the Netherlands? We knew before them, we said,
119.
this guy can play. Now everybody knows who Jimmy is. And it hasn't altered his
100.
confidence.
Jimmy
or
require
form.
102.
He's still brilliant. He's still confident. And he is going places.
70.
Going to find what would have been a second ton plus check out of the game. And I think the other thing as well is I think he's gone from being somebody that was
85.
happy
Jimmy require
to be in the
32.
arena to somebody who knows that they belong in the arena as well. Finds the
Game
double
shot on the
16,
full
14
flag,
dart
Jimmy
break back.
Vansky.
Now, before he had his first Pro Tour call-up, we actually spent a little bit of time with Jimmy.
Fifth
And
flag, it's Jimmy to throw
he was
first.
asking
Game
fellow
on.
peers around kind of what the environment was like, what to expect from it. He's learning all the time, but I think he knows that he belongs at the very top level.
I think deep down he knows that he's ready for it.
29.
But he's not there yet. And I have this inkling that another year here, just to stoke that hunger, is a
60.
really good thing. You know, back in the medieval days, people who were jousting, they wanted to dine at the top table.
93.
They wanted to be at the table where the king is. Well, sometimes it's better to get closer and closer and closer,
140.
but then reach the top table a little bit later than you thought. Psychologically, it's better to make those incremental steps
108.
instead of getting everything overnight. That doesn't happen for everyone.
We'll put it this way, and I know that they're different age, but look at Owen Bates and Cam Crabtree as an example.
81.
Owen Bates, I know he got it off the Challenge Tour, but got it straight away, has struggled on tour, whereas his good friend Cam has bided his time, waited another year or two, and he's taken to the Pro Tour a little bit
102.
quicker. And we have seen it in the past. Connor Scott, great player, did well here in Southampton. The tour card came a little bit too soon for him. Has
100.
taken a
Jimmy
step back and he's
required
come back better for
97.
it. There's some players that, yes, straight away it works perfectly for, but there's others that sometimes just need that little bit of time for things to work out.
85. Charge require
If
120.
Vansky was able to get a 120 earlier, can Barstow hit back?
Not this time, and so Vansky will return for double six to open up a 3-2
70.
lead.
Jimmy, you require 12.
Had a little bit of trouble on double six early yesterday. No
Games on
trouble
the fifth
today.
leg,
3-2
Jimmy
up.
Vansky.
Now, just one more example of what you were talking about there. I know you like to
Sixth
use
leg,
Cam
it's
and
Chaz to
Owen
throw
as an
first.
example, and
Game
Connor as well. And they are great examples of people who've been here. But if we're going to use examples of people who have not,
99.
two people that graduated from the Challenge Tour back in 2016, they had very different journeys. Rob Cross
40.
won the Challenge Tour. He would then be world champion in just a little over a year after that. Ryan Searle, it would take him
40.
another 4 to 5 years to really come up in the rankings and be the player that we all wished he could be.
125.
If Jimmy's here for another couple of years, but he eventually goes on to be one of the best Dutch players in the world, that's not a bad thing.
93.
Not everybody can do what Danny Noppert did, which is make an instant impact and stay at the top throughout
41.
his career.
As for Chaz, you just get the sense that he's somebody that's very happy to
59.
ply his trade at this level. He's had his experiences on the Pro Tour, some very good experiences on the Pro Tour, but you look at the ADC rankings this year, you look at what he's doing in the WDS system, he's going under the
54.
radar as one of the better players on this side of the sport. One of the best players without a tour card. We've always known his ability. I know he's had some lean times over the last 12 months or so.
95.
But when he's playing like this, he is one of the toughest cookies around.
He's the new Paul Hogan. With no disrespect to Hoagie, because he's still around.
100.
But
Chaz,
Barstow
you
is
require
someone that everybody
115.
knows. And everybody understands. Double 19.
77.
Chance for Vansky to win this
Jimmy,
one.
you
It is a
require
very big ask.
141.
But it's a familiar one. Took this out yesterday.
And he's starting down, heading along for treble 16. Finds the double 16, and it's his favourite double, double 18.
123.
That was for the match.
Chaz, you require 38.
Semi-blocked. Now, almost fully blocked.
No score.
That first start
Jimmy,
was
you
really
require
pesky.
18.
Vansky now has the luxury of going for double 9 and will.
But he moves inside, and just like
10.
in his game against
Chaz,
Jared
you
Cole at the
require
beginning of the
38.
session yesterday, Jimmy Vansky is spurning opportunities at the outer ring. It's now 3 from 17 in terms of his doubling in this game.
Double 5. This is different. It wasn't on purpose.
33.
And the odd number
Jimmy, you
doubles
require
are
8.
causing havoc in leg number 6 of the first game of the day.
2 fours to get off to a winning start.
Game
And
shot
off to
and
a
the
winning
match,
start. Jimmy
Vansky.
Vansky he gets the better of Chaz Bartow by 4 legs to 2. The doubling at times caused him some frustrations, but it was the quick start which has afforded the opportunity to win that one. The 4-2 win for Jimmy Vansky. The 120, the highlight of that one. Coming up after the break, Conan Whitehead takes on Reese Robinson. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. I champion is ready and it's trophied. So receive the trophy.
£25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where game 2 of the session is a meeting between Conan Whitehead and Reece Thompson. Before the break, Jimmy Vansky got the better of Chaz Bartow by 4 legs to 2 to move on to 8 points in the table. And now we have a meeting between a former champion and a man who has made 3 champions nights in Reece Thompson. Perhaps one of the most understated players that we've had here over the course of the last few years, which sounds somewhat ironic. Not understated the way he plays, maybe understated in terms of what he's achieved in this building. Whitehead, the 39-year-old from Raynham, the Series 1 champion in this building. But when Rhys Robinson is around, anything can happen. The 33-year-old from Hull, 3-time weekly winner. And as I say, every single time he makes it through to a Champions Week, he makes it through to a Saturday night. He's somebody that is knocking on the door of the very big jackpots, but he's going to win a Champions Week-esque Week 7 if he's going to return to the big dance come August. And you get the sense that Conan Whitehead is very much in the
First
mood
leg,
this
it's
week.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
Power scoring very well. His doubling was excellent. 40% on the outer ring all told. And he just looked comfortable, didn't he, from dart 1 to the last.
26.
If you're going to have a bad visit, use it in the first 3 darts of the day, just like that. Get it out of the way. But you're absolutely right.
44.
I loved what I saw yesterday from Conan. It was impactful. It was consistent. And it was promising.
66.
Do you know what Conan Whitehead is? I mean this in the nicest possible way.
140.
If you were going to go to a coffee shop to wake yourself up in the morning, Conan Whitehead is a punch in the face.
140.
Because he's impossible to ignore. And I mean that in the best possible sense. Because when he's here, doesn't matter who he's playing against, he makes his presence felt.
46.
I like that about a dart player.
Although I'm not sure I'd want to be on the receiving end of a Conan Whitehead punch in the face.
Not literally. But I'm fully behind the aspect of maybe someone
139.
calling a cup of coffee a punch in the face.
Well, he's certainly off to a very quick start. Looks like he's had her morning cup of joe.
He's on 130 after 12 and he started
Conan,
with
you require
26.
130.
Then 66.
I'm going to take it out, so it presents Reece Robinson with an
58.
opportunity at the 1-3-2.
Reece
And if
require
anybody's going to take out something
132.
flashy, it's going to be the man with the fluorescent flights. Perfect for another. And to be honest, the biggest surprise in his mind was he didn't
Conan, you
find a
require
second.
72.
One door for tops.
52.
Right on line.
Reece, you require
Robinson
40.
lurking in the background to break through in the first leg of his day.
Game shot of the first leg. Reece Robinson.
Takes the throw off of Conan Whitehead, takes the opening leg. Conan had opportunities, unable
Second
to
leg.
oblige,
It's
and
Reece to
so
throw first.
it
Game
is
on.
Sugar who gets first blood.
That's another way of waking yourself up in the morning with a little bit of sugar.
58.
Otherwise known as the Owen Binks diet.
Really are ticking off your names on the bingo card early, aren't you? You've had Crabtree, you've had Bates, you've got
96.
Binks. Any others you're going to mention early here just to get everybody happy?
Jared Cole's in the next match.
And there you go. Bingo.
Well, to be fair, I've still not mentioned Spivey Man yet.
100.
5.
And of course, we'll probably have some comments on Glenn Durran later on in the week when he's on commentary.
56.
You dug your own grave yesterday. I'm not going to help you.
Yeah, I had a text message from him yesterday. It was complimentary.
$134.
Conan just seems a little bit frustrated with his line and the scoring.
42.
Some players are very, very hard to read. Barstow, I can't read him for love nor money. But one of the reasons
100.
why Whitehead is so watchable is because you can read him a little bit.
$96. Reece, you require
I'd like to talk about something in the
109.
next leg, but let's see what Robinson does with this number. This is somewhat textbook. Borderline mundane.
69.
I was convinced he was going to start on the bullseye.
I get the sense that Reece Robinson has found an air of
57.
maturity over the last
Reece,
few months or
require
so.
40.
Some of the silly things that maybe once upon a time he could be
Yeah,
found
shot on the
guilty of.
second
Feels
leg,
like he's
Reece
almost been
Robinson.
eradicated from his game and he leads 2-0.
I
Third
want to hear
leg,
from
it's
people
Conan
today
to the
because we
first.
talked about international
Game on.
pairs. The last England team in international pairs was Mervyn King and Steve
85.
West. Everybody out there, at MSS Darts on X, Facebook, Instagram, and we do have a TikTok account as well, if that's what you like to use.
47.
Who deserves to be in that England team? If indeed England have a team.
140.
There are some very strong opinions out there about that England team. I have listened to a lot of people. But what do you guys think? Is there a case for Robinson being a 3-time
125.
weekly champion? Is there a case for Whitehead being a series champion? I have to say yes.
I've got 3 words for you.
140.
International pairs qualifiers. You don't get an invite, you earn your spot. It's something that the ADC could
85.
do.
Conan, you require 136.
An ADC England qualifier, ADC Scotland qualifier, ADC Ireland qualifier, ADC Wales qualifier.
Yeah, good luck trying to oust John O'Shea and Shane McGurk.
They probably both qualify. Well, I say that actually. You've got Conor
78.
Heenan, Ronan McDonough. I'll get back on that point. But you know what? I think I think it'd be a great addition.
140.
Whitehead's got to get into this game quickly, otherwise Robinson's going to run riot. Bravo on that one. That is a beautiful finish. Now he's firmly in the game.
You do it over the course of the weekend. So look, you can have Dutch qualifiers, Belgian qualifiers, pretty much the whole of Europe. The European nations that we use, we could have qualifiers for. We've got the ADG in Africa. So in South Africa, you could have a qualifier for the South African team, for the Kenyan team. Oceania is the ADC Oceanic system for Australian qualifiers. Earning your spot to play at a big week instead of it being handed to you on a plate.
41.
I agree, but in the future. I think certain things need to have a bit of a foundation first. Look where this project was when Rhys Robinson won his first weekly title.
108.
Very, very different to now.
He...
Let something breathe a little bit.
And of course, there's also other options in terms of when you do things like that. Obviously, we're on a dedicated 24-hour channel, so you can stream the qualifiers. They can be broadcast live on Pluto TV. So that's extra darts for an audience that's thirsting for more live darts.
127.
What a reaction this is from Robinson after losing the previous leg in 14 darts. He's gone berserk on the treble 20. Feels like Whitehead's been left with more questions than answers in this game. Double top has been good.
14.
Wow, that one was just a little bit high to say the least.
Well, lucky to him, the good news is he's got a 300-point lead in this leg, averaging best part of 104.5 so far in this particular contest. Although those misses at a double has dovetailed his average below the ton mark.
Require 40.
And it looks like he's in a very good position here to open up a 3-1 lead.
Game shot.
There's that tops again.
Rhys Robinson.
And it's 3-1 to Robinson. This is a really interesting point because we've seen
it's Conan to throw first.
Conan looking
Game on.
a little bit more uncomfortable. You can see the difference in the averages there, and it's not often you see someone on exactly 100. The temperature on the south coast of England today is
24.
going to be very, very warm. This place is going to be very, very warm on stage today. You speak to any dart player, including Kurt Parry from a few weeks ago. He amplified this point.
108.
It's the fact that when things get warm, it's not how your body feels. It's not how hot your head feels. It's how hot your hand feels. Because your fingers can swell up and it can feel like somebody else's hand. Rhys. Brilliant.
108.
And they always say the best time to hit a 9-darter is the last leg of the match.
The last couple of legs, he has gone through the gears, Rhys Robinson. And is he in a position now to finish off in perfect style?
How could he hit this? There was an opportunity there to do whatever he wanted.
105.
Whatever he wanted. The massive lead, he could have gone for a silly 9-darter. He went for the conventional 60 start, but he's left 36 after 9. And over the last couple of legs, he has scored
41.
like an absolute trooper.
36.
Well, it's fair to say that Shuka's found the sweet spot. Doesn't even have to contemplate the double 9 if he doesn't want to.
18.
He wanted rid of it. He's got time on his side again.
55.
Whitehead's got a lot to think about ahead of his second game.
What a start from Rhys Robinson. A big W to start his day against Conan Whitehead. And the man who began at the top of the table has been defeated. And what a performance it was for Rhys to get the day started. Before that first match dart, his average was 107.5. It ends up being 101.45. And it was a real power-packed finish to the match. Back-to-back 5-visit legs to get the job done. Coming up after the break, Jared Cole takes on Thomas Banks.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the
Gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Reece Robinson got his day off to the perfect starter. Average of 101.45, 3 180s en route to a 4-1 victory against Kona Whitehead. Game number 3 is a meeting between Jared Cole and Thomas Banks. Thomas looking to pick up his first win, but perhaps as well looking to play with a little bit more freedom on this Tuesday. Jared, the 25-year-old, now based in Chandler's Ford, down in and around Southampton way. Won his week last time he was here. Thomas Banks, who won his week, it's around about this time a year ago. How quickly does time fly here in Portsmouth when he beat Conor Heenahan on what was quite a boisterous Saturday night underneath the lights of this famous, fabled church. It's a church that's quiet today, but
First
it's a
leg, it's
church that
Jarrett
is
to throw
boiling
first.
hot. Temperatures in Portsmouth today are expected to reach around about the 30-degree mark. And so both players are trying to keep their cool in what is quite furnace-ly heating conditions.
119.
Now, we did have a thermometer on the stage prior to this game getting underway, and
100.
the thermostat said that the temperature on stage going into this one read at around about 32 degrees Celsius, so it's going to be
97.
fairly warm.
Check 61.
For Thomas, the first thing that's really good to see is he's throwing with that real air of freedom. It was notable some of the struggles he had yesterday, and I've got to give credit to Thomas
99.
because he was very open and very honest about things on social media yesterday, and his attitude and his outlook
96.
is very much a positive one. Whatever happens, he's going to go out there, enjoy himself, play with a smile on his face, and
67.
I think there's a lot of people that have been in Thomas's situation that couldn't imagine to be doing what he's doing right now.
One of the first instincts
43.
is to stop. In some cases, that's the right thing to do. But he firmly believes that he's going to stick at it.
43.
And I'm a massive advocate for those 3 words. It's actually something I used to sign
100.
on cards at exhibitions and things like that, because I think it's a strong message.
41.
But what Thomas is going to do,
require
obviously,
82.
here today, he's going to try and play a little differently. Cole is going to stick to his guns.
42.
And he's going to do what he
Thomas
usually
require
does.
151.
It will be interesting to see how many times Thomas
93.
uses the lower
Garage
part of the board
require
first as well
40.
today, because that was something he tried yesterday.
Double top. 2 10s.
20.
And if failure to get
Thomas
that
should
has
require
opened up the
58.
door for Banks to take this opening leg. Double top.
2 10s.
48.
Just on the inside, and so
Garage
Jared's going to get 3
required
more at that
20.
particular target.
Game shot on
And
the
one thing we
first
said
leg,
yesterday about
Jared
Jared and obviously the other 4 players is that they were able to see some
Second
of the
leg,
struggles
it's
that
Thomas to throw
young
first.
Thomas was having.
Game on.
You can be compassionate, but there has to
83.
be an air of merciless is the only word I can think of, because you have a job to do.
125.
There are some sports where you will see your opponent having
114.
struggles. It's as simple as that. But you have to forget about that. You have a job to do. I remember when Oliver McCall walked to the ring at Wembley Stadium against Frank Bruno, and he was in tears on the walk-on. What do you think Frank Bruno was thinking at that time? I've actually got to hit this guy?
76.
Sport can be brutal.
You can show respect, but when you're at the hockey, you almost have to not care about what's happening around you. You've got to focus on yourself. And Jared looking to do exactly that, hitting the game's first max,
95.
leaving himself
Jared
on
to require
96 after
96.
9. Really good leg this from the King of the Castle to break through and open up a 2-0 lead. Double 14.
Game shot on the second leg.
Clean
Jared Cole.
as a whistle from the King of the Castle.
Third
That
leg,
is the
it's
kind of
Jared to throw
finish that
first.
gets me salivating. Because obviously, Jared Cole, he's not just the king of the castle by name. He's the king of Plan B.
139.
We've seen him before on this stage being able to execute Plan B for a finish without even
59.
blinking. And his rhythm not being disrupted. That was beautiful.
$135.
There are certain things in sport that you want to see. You want to see Rory McIlroy hitting a 7-iron from the 15th fairway at
57.
Augusta onto the green for an eagle attempt on that beautiful back 9. In darts, you want to see something that looks effortless, and it doesn't even look that spectacular.
99.
But to the purist, it really is impressive.
Well, he's averaging here at around 96s.
95.
Jared, he's not
Jared to
giving his
require
opponent an ounce
128.
of sympathy.
There's another different finish. 1-2-8 starting on 16s.
88.
48 off leaves 80. He could have gone 48-32. That is just really good thinking. He's playing this game
57. Jared, you require
like a
40.
number one batsman who's just stroking it through the covers without any stress. And he's
It's
hitting
on the
boundaries.
third leg.
There's
Jared
another
Cole.
4. And now he's looking for 4.
Jared Cole's one of those players that plays his
Ball
best
flag,
darts
it's
when
Thomas to throw
he's a
first.
little bit silly.
Game on.
When he's thinking imaginatively. When he's not thinking, not caring about the situation.
57.
Basically, the more he prats about, the better he is.
I'll let you tell him that. He had a really interesting conversation with Chaz Barstow at the end of yesterday's session. They were gesticulating towards each other about the fact that Cole was leading
59.
by 1 leg overnight. I think Chaz's response was something along the lines of, let's see who's winning on Wednesday.
43.
Yeah, that conversation went on way before you left that particular conversation as well.
31.
And 2 fairly good friends off the hockey. A fair bit of banter being flown about the practice room this week.
100.
And you looked at this group on paper, not just as the quality in there, but you just got the sense that the 6 would just rub off on one another quite
57.
nicely.
That's the vibe I got yesterday as well. All these players are very comfortable in the company of the other players. I think that's going to have a big impact on the level of play we
140.
see today. And Cole might just get the 4 that he's looking for. And if he hits the 118,
47.
be
Jared, you
prepared
require
to wave your hand
118.
from left to right constantly because he's looking for the boundary.
58.
He's going to need more of a Jack Leach single here. But this has been a really good
95.
start for
Jared,
Jared.
you
Average
require
of 94. Doubling been good as well. 3 from 8 so far. And now looking to round the job off. Well, that is a display Jared Cole will be more than happy with to kick off his day. He gets the better with Thomas Banks by 4-0, for whom it looked like he was playing with a lot more freedom. Look, there's a lot of development he's going to do as the week goes along, but it was a far more positive start for him today. But for Jared Cole, he will take that. Average of 91, 40% on the doubling. That was a really, really good display. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to watch Reece Robinson against Jimmy Vansky. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Jared Cole got the better Thomas Banks by 4 legs to nil, average in excess of 91. 4 from 10 on his doubles. Really good start to the day for the King of the Castle. Next up for us, 2 winners from the opening game. You can move on to 10 points as Jimmy Vansky takes on Rhys Robinson. But 2 different performances to get their 2 points in the opener. Jimmy missed a lot of darts at a double, 14 of them. Was still able to get the beating of Chaz Bartow by 4 legs to 2 wides. Rhys Robinson put in the performance of the day so far. 101.45 in a 4-1 dismantling of Conan Whitehead. And
99.
as we got to the latter stages of that particular contest, he really did go through the gears and go through the gears quite well.
100.
He might need to again, because his memories of Jimmy are very fresh from yesterday. He was the opponent, courtesy of that 110 yesterday from Jimmy.
108.
And maybe that's one of the reasons why Robinson is starting so hot, because he's got a score to settle. We've had 3 ton plus averages already in this group.
140.
Expect more.
I think we're going to see some quality in this one. You just get the sense already these 2 are beginning to brew up. And build up to brilliance. Rhys Robinson is in the mood today.
100.
This is a message to Jimmy, as if to say, after what you did yesterday, I'm going to do it to you.
10.
But there has to be an end product.
Jimmy,
it's like putting the stamp on the envelope. Speaking of stamps. Bull. Stamp all over that! What a shot!
Jimmy Vansky.
Robinson bossed the leg, but Vansky finished it.
Second leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
Well, forget a punch on the nose. That was a kick in the shin for Rhys Robinson.
For heaven's sake, how good was that?
100.
That's not just the best finish numerically of the week. That's the best finish of anything timing-wise. That was devastating.
Well, this is the man that's
60.
got timing at a par with a Swiss watch. We saw on that infamous Champions Night, that game against Steve West, where he played his cards to perfection. And Rhys Robinson must be thinking, what on earth do I have to do to unwrangle this guy? He got here with 110 checkout yesterday. Left himself on a finish after a dozen darts. Looked in a very good position to win that opening leg. And then Vansky hits him with a 161. And look how he's going about his business here.
Every now and again, Jimmy really does remind you how good he is. That is one of those finishes I can say as a player that when you see that hit, all you can do is turn away, and it feels like you've got an ice cream headache.
53.
Everybody knows what that feeling's like. Your brain freezes and you just have that emoji look about you as if you've been shocked.
57. Jimmy
that really has
68.
shaken Robinson up, hasn't it?
It would to most men.
Game shot on the
this
second
is
leg.
some start,
Jimmy
a clinical start from Jimmy Vansky. 2-0 he leads, and Rhys Robinson looks a little bit punch drunk, does he? Looks like a man that's been hit on the ropes for a couple of rounds.
Yeah, at this point in time, it looks like Jimmy's brought an axe to a spoon fight.
Well, he's averaging 111.33. We said yesterday that Rhys Robinson's been on the receiving end of 4 averages in excess of 110.
97.
He could be on the receiving end of it in back-to-back games if Jimmy Vansky keeps it going.
You were saying that Rhys has had a lot of great performances hit against him. It's not a personal vendetta that some of these players have against Rhys. It's not like that.
43.
I think it's twofold. One, he's good to play against because he's got a nice neutral speed. But also, these players are very, very aware that Rhys is very
98.
good. So they have a slightly different mindset when they come into these games. They have sharpness and clarity because they know how dangerous Reese can be.
134.
How many times do we say it? Shall I say? Players play better when they play better players.
108.
And there's just a little bit more evidence of it. Word to the wise, Reese. Get rid of that 66.
100.
Because you know Jimmy's
Reese
probably going to get a
66.
shot at the bull on that 127.
And he is going to get to a double 18, of
Yeah,
which
shot on the
he
third
only needs
leg.
the one.
Reece
What a
Robinson.
contest this is so far. These two really do tango quite well.
Fourth flag, it's Jimmy
12
to the
and
row
15,
first.
the darts
Game on.
required for Jimmy Vansky to get the first couple of legs done. Robinson hits back with a 14.
100.
If you're going to find a dance partner for Jimmy Vansky, it's going to have to be somebody very tall.
The Spinnaker Tower.
45.
Okay, welcome to the Modus Super Series Daily, where you have to use AI to have the Spinnaker Tower in Portsmouth as the dance partner for Jimmy Vansky.
95.
Don't give me that, people. It can be done, so try it.
Is that after your AI attempt of Rafty Coxey?
Rafty Coxey exists. I have photographic proof.
128.
I know, Matthew Edgar sent me a photo of Rafty Coxey.
And he's still laughing.
Yes. Amongst many other things he's laughing at, such as getting lost in a car park.
99.
Long story.
Long story short, AI can gift you some very funny things every now and
98.
again. This is not a funny situation for Reese. He wants to win this game to go top on 10 points. He doesn't want to lose to Jimmy for a second time.
123.
Well, Jimmy Vansky is a man that's got a lot of artificial intelligence. A wise cookie around the board and looking to open up a two-leg gap in this game.
Nobody's taken that nickname yet, have they? Artificial intelligence.
42.
It's only a matter of
Jimmy
time.
require 84.
Who will it be? Could it be Jimmy Vansky? Who goes 3-1 up?
76.
Rare miss at a double in this game.
And it's going to be a rare leg where we're going to go into the sixth visit. In fact, the first leg of the match where we're going to go
44.
into
Jimmy
the
require
sixth
8.
visit.
We shouldn't be going into a seventh. Having
No
said
score.
that,
Reese require
We might.
144.
Is Robinson going to hit back? He was stung by the 161 in the opening leg, but he's not going to conjure up a 144.
90.
that first start was just a little low
Jimmy
in that
require
54 for him to feel comfortable about dart 2. That's why I tried to lob it over. And this
Shot
time
on the
Jimmy
fourth
doesn't
flag,
miss.
Jimmy Vansky. Fifth flag, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
I did some digging into Reese's career this morning, Henry. I was curious as to his record from the Pro Tour because he's been there a few times.
58.
I was absolutely shocked to my core to figure out that Reese Robinson has only made one last 16 on the Pro Tour.
140.
And that was 13 years ago. You used that word enigmatic a lot yesterday.
50,
I
sir.
think it follows Reese to a certain degree, but one last 16 back in 2012 in Crawley. Players' Championship number 9. He lost to Adrian Lewis in that last 16 by 6 legs to 0. But that is just unbelievable to me of someone with his talent level.
But it also goes to tell you and goes to show you how
92.
tough the top level is.
Very good point. And that leads me to my next bit of research, which was to find out that last year, Jimmy
60.
Vansky made 2 last 16s last year alone. But none of those were on English soil. One was in Rosmarland, one was in Hildesheim.
94.
So he's accomplished more on the Pro Tour in a few non-tour card holder visits compared to Robinson, who's been in this sport for the last 13, 14 years.
66.
Well, the first will sign of frustration there from Jimmy, and it's opened up the door here for Rhys Robinson to bring it back to 3-2 and to force the Dutch Sequoia to serve it out in the next.
43.
The only upside is that he did leave a finish right there with that treble one. Hit the single, he wouldn't have.
But there's going to be an expectation he's going to have to take out the 157 upon his return.
59.
The turn there from Jimmy.
157.
Just did a bit of a stumbling block the last couple of visits. But he's going to get a look at the 116. He's just a one treble to give himself a dart at a double.
59. Jimmy require 116.
He can stay up, or he can go down to go up. There's the down. Has he got the up?
96.
Needed to go further up.
He require 98.
Hail Mary time for Rhys Robinson. Number 19. Throwing the phantom dart, Alice Scott Kirchner.
He's just done a Luke Humphries.
Jimmy required 20.
Oh, Mr. Must-See does not disappoint, but he will feel disappointed if Jimmy Vansky hits 20.
Well, he set his stall out with that 161 in the opening leg, and from that point onwards, Jimmy Vansky dominated Rhys Robinson just like he did yesterday, providing some of his best stuff for Rhys Robinson, just like he did yesterday. And that is 2 wins from 2 for the Dutch Sequoia to kickstart his day, averaging just under 93 in the end, 4 for 9 on his doubles. Coming up after the break, Chaz Bartow takes on Thomas Banks. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jimmy Vansky got the better of Reese Robinson by 4 legs to 1, average of 92 and a half in the process. That moves him on to 10 points, having won each of his opening 2 matches to the session. As for Chad Barstow, he's looking to get on the board. He lost out to Jimmy in his opening match. He takes on Thomas Banks, who is looking to get his first win of the group altogether. Lost out 4-0 to Jared Cole in his opening game of the session. But actually, in terms of the numbers between the pair, there wasn't actually too much to separate, just the 4 points in terms of the averages in game 1 between the pair. But we saw yesterday, didn't we, that Chaz got out the gate slowly, and as the day developed, as the day progressed,
59.
got better consequently.
43.
Yes, indeed. Barstow did lose his first 2 games yesterday. But his first 2 games on Tuesday are against different opponents. He'll be looking for different
99.
fortunes. I like what Thomas is doing here. And this is a bit of a lesson to anybody who has suffered with the same affliction that we think he's been struggling
81.
with. He's changing things. He's not trying to do the same thing. It's a bit like the Einstein quote, isn't it? Doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different
34.
results is the definition of insanity. So what Banks is actually doing here is he's doing something completely different
85.
to try and change things up. And this is one of the ways that you can get through it.
133.
Ask Mervyn King, ask Mark Webster, ask Mark Walsh, ask anybody who at the top level who has been through that very thing.
93.
Playing with so much more freedom today in comparison to
95. Charge you require
yesterday, where
84.
there was times where the struggles really were visible. Bartow sees that Banks is on a finish, so we're chasing the bullseye, but gets the bonus at double 11 and gets the double 11.
Just Barstow. Second leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
It also shows that you can play this game more than one way. I don't know if you ever remember this, Henry, but
60.
back in our Southampton days, we had Dave Pallett with us. And he started a leg with 171,
76.
which leaves 330. He
140.
then tried to hit a 171 again, which leaves 159 after 6, which means you can't complete the 9-darter. But that's just Dave Pallett for you, trying to do something different that nobody else would think of.
95.
By going 19s, Banks is helping himself by changing his neural pathways a little bit.
81.
But he's saying to himself, forget about things like 9-darters. Forget about those Instagram moments. This is all about the bigger picture. And this is something I can really applaud.
38.
Seen other players try to go 171 on 9s. Connor Scott, there was a time last year where he was going 180, 171 to leave 150 and go for the 3 bullseyes.
I'm amazed you bring up Connor Scott as much because he's responsible for your nickname.
He's a nasty human being, is Connor Scott.
No, he's not.
He's a lovable teddy bear, but he's nasty deep down. Some of the things he's said about me. Cool.
85. Charge you require 38.
Double 10.
Game shot on the second
Barstow
leg.
is
Just
very much wafting away the cobwebs now. When he plays with this level
leg,
of
it's Chaz to
fluency,
throw first.
he is genuinely
Game.
one of the best players to watch in this entire country. It's
108.
effortless.
He
It's like seeing someone with a swing speed of about 125 miles an hour just clock that ball about 325 yards. It's effortless.
57.
I use the sporting analogy of hitting a ball through the covers. Well, look at this. Strokes another one to the boundary. And he is on a 9-darter.
43. Charge you require 141.
We've seen plenty of moments of brilliance from Chaz Barstow over the years, but we're not going to see a moment of perfection just there.
89.
I don't often use this phrase, but I'm going to use it for Chaz because he thoroughly deserves it. He really is that good.
97. Charge you require 52.
Double top.
42.
He's got time on his side. He can see Jimmy Vansky in the table on 10 points. And Barstow is 4 points behind him right now.
22. Charge
He
you
needs to
require
keep pace.
10.
That
Takes
helps.
On the third leg, Chaz Barstow.
And even though Banks is going through his own troubles this week and he's fighting through that, that's his battle.
Fourth flag, it's
The
Thomas
other 5 players,
Game on.
when they saw Jared Cole beat Banks 4-0, they'll be thinking to themselves, if I want to be at the top
58.
today, it's probably my responsibility to beat Banks 4-0 as well.
As you mentioned earlier, no room for sentiment in this game, and Thomas Banks is learning that
58.
lesson very quickly. Chaz Barstow, prior to that visit, was averaging 16 darts per leg for the opening 3 legs, 48 darts to put him into a 3-0 lead.
57.
Well, he's had his slow opener, his slow burner, but now he's certainly going through the gears.
97.
It would not surprise me if... It actually would surprise me if we have 5 players on 12 points
29.
come the end of the day.
$60.
You know me, Henry, I like to talk about the weird and the wonderful.
57.
I've been watching a lot of documentaries about motorbikes and motor vehicles recently. I'm trying to figure out what kind of
93.
motorbike or car Chaz Barstow would be. He strikes me, he'd be a Ducati. You look at it and you think, oh, that looks good. But every now and again, there's a grunt.
47.
And you think, my word. Take a spin on that. Because every now and again, Barstow reminds you
100.
just how brilliant he is.
He is challenging and he's looking likely again everywhere he
95.
goes.
Charge you
and
require 93.
he has made serene passage through this particular contest. Just now needs to apply the finishing touches to it, unless Thomas Banks can find
69.
something out of the
Thomas you
ordinary.
require 158. $58. Charge you
Fancy that
require
Barstow is going to get the
24.
job done here. Might be on double 6.
Game shot and
Just
the
an
match.
impeccable
Chaz
display from Barstow. He had one job to do, and he got it done. So he does mimic what his close friend Jared Cole did in round number 1. The job was to get 4 legs with minimal damage, and that's exactly what he did just there. A superb display from Barstow means he wins 4 legs to 0 as we go into match number 6.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Bartow got the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 0. Game number 6 is a meeting between Jared Cole and Conan Whitehead here at a live lounge in Portsmouth on this blisteringly warm Tuesday morning here on the south coast. Temperatures touching 30 degrees Celsius. So what
First
better
leg
way
is
of
Conan
enjoying
to
a
the
nice
right
sunny
first.
day than
Game on.
watching darts? Maybe, I don't know, in the back garden. Maybe you're watching it whilst you're at work. Don't tell the boss that you're watching it at work. But we're keeping cool in our nice little
21.
air-conditioned commentary box, aren't we, Paul Nicholson?
We're keeping cool. Whitehead is boiling up because he starts this game with darts that plagued his first
78.
game of the day. Drifting like a windscreen wiper left and right a little bit. He needs to figure that line out. If he does, he'll be fine because his weight of
140.
dart has been pretty good. As for Jared's performance in Game 3 against Banks,
60.
it was very, very accomplished. It's the kind of display that you would like to have predominantly when you arrive here on a Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday.
60.
Average of 91, 40% on the doubles. High out of 96. There was a lot to like about it.
45.
As a Conan, you got the sense it was a slow start to his day. Never really could get under the mitts of resources. He got to a very good start. Then he averaged 101.5 in that game, and Conan just didn't look like he was able to keep pace with him. But he's taken the better of his opening leg against Jared.
82. Conan, you require
He's got
145.
6 darts here from 145 to take out the opening leg. Could have found the treble 15, which would have given him a dart at toss, but he's going to do the
129.
next best thing, leave himself on double 8 upon his return, and Jared here can only hit and hope.
100.
That's the hit.
Conan, you
Here comes the
require
hope.
16. $12.
He still has hope.
Jared, you require 136.
He had some big outs yesterday. He's not going to add to his tally, though. He has another hit.
96. Conan, you require
And here comes
4.
another hope.
Game shot
But
on
hope
the
is
first leg.
extinguished.
Conan Whitehead.
He was given the one chance to break Conan Whitehead, couldn't take it, and
Second leg.
the
It's Jared
Barbarian
to the
swoops
right
in.
first. Game on.
Now all of a sudden I've got a song
58.
going through my head when Conan does that. Nobody does it better. Somebody please
140.
put that little clip of him looking into the lens with that song. And that would make me one very happy cookie.
59.
Now, we can't actually play the song for copyright reasons, but I can, if you want to.
You can be quiet.
100.
Otherwise I'll get Conan on you. He doesn't need words, he just needs to look.
140.
Yeah, if you don't want kids to knock on your door at Halloween, just put a picture of Conan's stare down on your door. And that'll scare them off.
140.
He's a big puppy dog, really. I like the fact he's got his daughter's name on the collar as well. That's a nice touch.
100. Conan, you
I said that
require
was his inspiration.
121.
And probably without that family inspiration, wouldn't be playing the game now. That's what you did when he won the title 3 years ago.
57. Jared, you require 144.
An in-out place in terms of the sport, but you could tell there's a real love, fire, hunger for the game once again. And we spoke about Chaz
54.
Barstow
Conan, you
earlier. Conor
require
Whitehead's in a happy
64.
place with the sport. He likes playing here, and he'll just do the bits that keeps him ticking over, keeps him happy.
48. Jared, you
Not
require
particularly
90.
happy that he hasn't taken a 2-0 advantage here. Cole gets his most doable chance now. Bullseye for him.
45. Conan, you require 16.
That's not a bad marker.
No score.
Oh boy, he
Jared,
knew
you
exactly
require
what was happening to
45.
Dart too when it left his fingers.
Well, he's dominating the scoring exchanges of this game, but is presenting his opponents with opportunities at the back end of legs.
29.
But Cole cannot
Conan, you
convert,
require
and so
16.
Whitehead will have 3 more.
Game shot on the second leg. Conan
All's well
Whitehead.
that ends well. Didn't end well for Cole. But this game still could.
Third leg
If he
is
can mount
Conan
the
to
charge
go
back
first.
into
Game
this one at 2-0 down. Now, I mentioned Conan's daughter's name on the back of the collar. Really interesting, this. Because
85.
ADA is for Ada, the name of his daughter. ADA is for Ada, which is a place in Serbia. And it's
47.
also an acronym of a new darts organisation in Australia.
$140.
It's amazing what happens when you do a little bit of research on the internet. But apparently, I haven't got all the information as it stands, but the first weekend of ADA darts down under went down very well, with Raymond Smith, the Series 2 champion, the successor
55.
to Conan Whitehead. He won all 4 tournaments, and it'll be interesting to get the point of view of that particular promotion when it has a little bit more time
92.
to thrive. Because, hand on heart, there's been a lot of political turmoil in darts in Australia over the years. And I just want everybody to get along. And I want Australian darts to thrive again, because it
45.
needs a kick.
Well, Simon Whitlock will be at the brand new Australian Premier League, which is going to take place later on in the year. I think about October, November time,
95.
isn't it? Would have been awkward if Australia got to the World Cup final, mind. Would have qualified for the Grand Slam.
Would have been a nice problem to have.
80.
Yes.
Jared, you require 167.
Goal looking at 167 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. Not to be on this occasion, so Whitehead will have a look at 96 to stretch the lead to 3.
57. Conan, you
Tell you
require
what,
96.
we haven't had many competitive games so far today. There's been a lot of brushing aside of opponents. We've had 1-4-2 at the beginning of the
Jared, you
session. Every other
require
game's gone either 4-1 or 4-0.
Nobody wants to get brushed.
50.
In a strict sense,
Conan, you
being
require
brushed
40.
means you were left on 501.
Game shot on the third leg.
Cole is
Conan
left on
Whitehead.
60, but Whitehead is looking to brush Cole aside, like you said, Henry. And there's a little bit of
Full
brushing
flag,
aside from
Jared
Whitehead
to
on the
the
table.
first.
Just getting rid
Game
of a little bit of something. He might actually have a little bit of grip texture on the table. He doesn't need the speaker.
58.
Conan looking to throw out coal like Santa Claus on Christmas Day.
56.
That's rather mean. If Santa Claus is in your house, you'd throw him out.
No, I said you'd rather, because you don't. No one wants coal on Christmas Day.
Oh, now I get it. So you'd rather have an orange.
59.
If you're left with coal on Christmas Day, then you've been very naughty all year long.
I'm aware of this. I'm a little bit older than you are.
97.
Yeah, it was either coal in your stocking if you've been bad, or some form of fruit like an orange if you've been good.
Yep, every
81.
Christmas I was left with a lump of coal.
I'd be astonished if you even had a
41.
coal fire in your house at your age.
$59.
You go into most old council houses in the UK now, and you see people with a downstairs toilet.
57.
Most of those houses used to be coal hubbies in the right-hand side of the porch. That's where your coal used to be for your fire. But now that we don't use coal fires, most people have turned them into downstairs bathrooms.
100.
So I must have had 5 in my mansion.
Well, la-dee-da. Oh, look at that for a last start.
140. Jared
Jared Cole's in
require
huge trouble here
144.
of losing 4-0 and having his entire advantage of the first game wiped away.
But for Conan Whitehead, an absolute antithesis. His heavy defeat to Reece
84.
Robertson could be
Conan,
cancelled
you
out here.
require
If he can
110.
find this 110. Can't be done now. And so Cole, who was left on 60 in the previous leg, this time is going to get a look at it.
70.
But if he doesn't
Jared,
find
you
it,
require 60.
this could be curtains for Cole. Double top. Palm sweaty. Are the knees weak?
Game shot
Well, he's
on the
not
full
legless.
flag, Jared Cole. Fifth flag, it's Conan to the row first. Game on.
Yeah, if you don't have a towel on that stage today, you've missed a trick. You want to play summertime darts?
100.
Especially in this place? Be ready for the heat or get out of the kitchen.
You've been in the kitchen recently. I see on YouTube and
90.
on the telly box.
Yes, indeed. Last night at 6 o'clock, we released our Okita Oven series and our first episode, starring Steve Beaton and Richie Burnett,
100.
who didn't like Italian food until I made him a risotto Venezia. So that's his mind changed. I had a little bit of a natter about
84.
where their careers go from here, what they've done in the past, and of course we got to the bottom of the infamous pot noodle story. Other ready-to-make noodle
100.
dishes are available. And there's a little bit of Owen Binks in there as well, who doesn't know what a stotty
99.
is.
You sold it so well until you said Owen Binks was in it.
85.
I'm not friends with anybody who doesn't know what a stotty is.
Well, forget about Stotty. Whitehead is looking to be a bit hotty towards the end of this
119.
contest.
Conan, you require 116.
Whitehead looking at 160 to get the job done. Double 18. Would have been a red
80.
hot finish for Whitehead.
Yeah,
Jared,
that would have
you
been
require
stotty too hotty.
109.
Very nice segue, Mr. Deacon. This could be a very nice 3-dart checkout. Game not quite
93.
saved.
Conan,
And you don't want to be
require
leaving Whitehead on
36.
36 with 3 darts in hand.
Because invariably, when it
It's your
happens, it's
unmatched
game over. And that is
Conan Whitehead.
exactly the case here. Conan Whitehead cancels out a 4-1 defeat to Reese Robinson at the beginning of his day with a 4-1 win against Jared Cole, who loses his gains following a win against Thomas Banks in his opener. That's the tail of the tape. Conan Whitehead just outmaneuvered his opponent in that one. A 4-1 victory. Coming up after the break, Thomas Banks takes on Reese Robinson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Conan Whitehead got the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1 at the end of the second round's worth of fixtures. And this tight Group A, where it just continues to be tight. Jimmy Vansky's had the better running of everybody. He's won both of his opening matches. We can have a look at the table now to demonstrate that Jimmy Vansky is the man at the top of the table. 10 points for him. Second to fifth, all on 8. And Thomas Banks looking still for that elusive first victory in his campaign. Game number 7 is an opportunity for Thomas Banks to get on the board. He takes on Reese Robinson, who so far today has had an average of 101 and then had a big performance hit against him by Jimmy Vansky in his second. His scoring has been superb. He's had 6 180s already throughout the course of this session. And he takes on Thomas Banks, who is looking for his first leg of the day.
No surprise that Reese has been dipping his bread in the maximum pool, because that's the kind of player he
First
is.
leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
If he can replicate that every leg, he's going to have the best maximum performance of the day
95.
of anybody this week. But even with 3 maximums, he was only able to get 1 leg against Jimmy,
58.
who is this week his nemesis.
Well, in weeks like this, we tend to see rivalries develop. We talked a couple of weeks ago, the 7 matches between Charlie Manby and Adam Gavlas.
Yeah, it's like we always say, if you're playing someone a 7th time, it's not a bad thing.
45.
Because it means you're in the final. But I get the feeling that Charlie, since then,
57.
might have put a little picture of Gavlas on his wall as if to say, you'll keep. Your time will come.
Yeah, I'm not sure Charlie Manby wanted to spend
58.
as much time in Adam Gavlas's company as he did that week.
You wanted to spend more time in our company in August, but
46.
that's not going to happen, unfortunately, for Charlie. But his career is at a very early stage.
Well, he's going to be here in August, just not the week he wanted to be here in
135.
August.
I see
Check
your
90.
point. I just wonder if Robinson's changed the way he's throwing darts here. Is he getting them to land
76.
flat as well? He was in the last visit. Well, this is very much a Bobby Brown game all of a sudden. 2 can play that game.
The Flat Dart Society's gaining more members.
41. Risha require
It's better than the Dead
150.
Port Society. What a terrible film that was. He's changed again. Back to upright. This guy's got skills.
94. Thomas, you require 129.
Might have to give him another nickname, you know. Mr. We don't know what we're going to get.
33. Risha require
Mr. Unpredictable.
56.
Double top. Well, the problem
16.
with constantly changing
Thomas,
grip
you
is that
require
you lose a bit of
96.
feel. He went for 2 double 19s. That was actually the right play
56.
there.
Risha require
Because Robinson should take this out now.
no score.
But Thomas Banks has got
Thomas,
3
you require
opportunities
40.
here to get his first leg of the day. It's double 10.
No score.
That's interesting.
Risha require 40.
We'll come back to that moment in a second. Double 5.
Game
That's
shot
a nice
the
hit
first
from
leg.
Reese. He was under a
Robinson.
bit of pressure there, but did you notice that Thomas Banks looked at the referee after dart 2?
Second
One of
leg,
2
it's
things
Reese
happened
to
there.
throw
One,
first.
he was asking
on.
if that was indeed 20 left. Or was he checking to see if that was a foul dart? Because if it was, he would have been left on 40.
108.
Well, there was a couple of occasions yesterday where he was found guilty of putting his foot beyond the
45.
mark. But it's Robinson who's off the mark here.
$45.
We've got a really interesting looking table. We started with 5 players on 6 points. At the end of round 2 on Tuesday, you got 1 person on 10 points and 4 on
38.
8. If Vansky is beaten by Whitehead in the next match, Robinson wins this one.
140.
We are guaranteed to have 3 players on 10 points and 1 on 8. Incredible.
22. Risha require 136. $100.
Well, Robinson leads double 18 after 12 darts to open up a 2-0 lead. Now this was Two of
58.
the
Reach
issues that we
required,
saw from
36.
Thomas at times yesterday.
Game shot in the
And
second
Reece
leg.
Robinson,
Reece
where
Robinson.
he's playing the role of no mercy. And I tell you what he did do yesterday was pay Thomas a lot of
Third
respect,
leg,
because
it's
if
Thomas
memory
to throw
serves me right,
first.
this was the
Game on.
game where Thomas really was having his issues and his problems. And Reece, just like he did yesterday,
133.
standing as far back of the stage as possible, allowing him to do what he has to do.
45.
People might think that these kind of issues in sport are localized to darts,
25.
when in fact they very much aren't. I know a lot of people who watch the Modus Super Series regularly know that I bring up
43.
golf quite a lot, but the mindsets aren't that different. There were very similar struggles
50,
on the
sir.
putting green for Lucas Glover, the 2009 US Open champion. Consequently, at a course that will hold the Ryder Cup this year, Bethpage Black.
85.
His problems stemmed to the greens, whereas someone else had massive
50,
trouble
sir.
in addressing the golf ball and hitting it, and that was Kevin Na.
Seen similar issues in snooker as well, where players have got down on the shot and then have had to come back up again because they just don't feel comfortable playing the shot.
Yeah, it's
40.
almost like a
Reach require
fear
148.
of execution. What's he thinking here?
92.
That'll do very nicely. This is a better scoring leg from Banks. But Reese, I think it's the first time he's ever been called Ross. I do apologise.
29. Reach require
He's looking
56.
for 56. Trying to hit it like Ross Smith, I guess.
Game shot in the third leg. Reece Robinson.
There you go. A very Ross Smith finish.
We
Fourth
did have a
leg,
Ross
it's Reece
win
to throw
on
first.
Sunday. Montgomery,
Game on.
the boss at the Champion of Champions.
That's probably why I said it. I've got Ross on the brain.
Beat Richie Howson in the final by 8 legs to 5.
128.
You know what triggered that? Because in the break between the last game and this one, I showed you a clip of Gary
88.
Stone and his ADC Scottish belt, where he was adorning the belt over his shoulder, dressed in a wrestling leotard. If that's something you haven't seen from social media, you might want to search for it. It is quite amusing.
And I'm going to have nightmares in my sleep tonight.
95.
Well, don't have cheese before you go to bed then.
Love. I tell you what, do you know what I've found genuinely? You mentioned cheese.
134.
Mozzarella on toast with a bit of pepperoni on top. Oh my goodness me.
And every
21.
Italian viewer
Reach
right now on
required,
Pluto
99.
TV is pointing their finger saying, how dare you?
Don't knock it till you tried it.
75.
Not approved. It's a very famous Italian account on YouTube.
57. Reach
Double
required
12
24.
to get the 4-0 victory.
A double
Game
12 it
shot
is, and
and
it's
the
a
match.
routine win
Reece
for
Robinson.
Reece Robinson as he gets the better of Thomas Banks. One or two of the struggles came back into play, but Robinson a 4-0 victor. Jimmy Vansky and Conan Whitehead follows next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
£1,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where we're about to see Jimmy Vansky and Conan Whitehead go toe-to-toe in our middle match of the day. Before the break, Reece Robinson got the better of Thomas Banks by 4-0. That moves him on to 10 points. Conan Whitehead can move on to 10 points and keep Vansky on 10 points with a victory in this one. A former champion and a former Champions Week runner-up going head-to-head, and Conan Whitehead
leg,
showing
it's
his
Jimmy to throw
ambidextrous
first.
side before getting this one underway.
Game on.
This game is all about dexterity. And there are a few players who have a little bit of ambidextrous about them.
60.
Kim Huybrecht, Graham Usher, obviously a little bit of Conan Whitehead. Well, let's see how good these guys are with their
41.
predominant hand. Whitehead's 7-game streak of hitting 180s is now over, so we have to reset the clock.
59.
He hasn't actually got one today, which is a bit of a puzzler.
60.
You should have seen the look of disappointment on Paul Nicholson's face when he realised the streak was over. Or, as Nico would say,
100.
Watch yourself, Deacon. You're within striking distance. And legend has it,
98.
I'm pretty good at throwing things.
once upon a time anyway.
Keep going. I'll get Jimmy on you, and he'll do that to you.
108.
He's been doing that to a lot of people this week. My word.
Well, yesterday we saw 44 180s in the group.
92. Jimmy
Wasn't quite record-breaking, but it wasn't too far off. And Vansky, looking at 102 for the opening leg, took out a 161 to get things started in his previous game. And there's
Eggs
another
on the
ton
first
topper to
leg.
start
Jimmy
his third of the
Vansky.
day. He leads 1-0.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
First time Jimmy stepped foot into this place. everybody
56.
just said, how tall is he? Now, it's very different. They say, how good is he? It's
6.
unmistakable. He's a world-class dart player. He's proven it many, many times, and he's yet to make those large strides to where he wants to be. But this is the lily pad for him. Some people like to be at this level. They like the lifestyle at this level, but Jimmy's got big aspirations.
140.
Treble 18 is one of the best targets on the board for Conan Whitehead.
127. 140.
Well, Vansky made no mistake of the 161 in his previous
58.
match.
Jimmy require
He was taking
161.
a 120 today as well. Is he going to find another big tub plus checkout? Not this time, so Whitehead will have a chance to level this game back up.
64. Conan, you require 120.
This is troublesome with the angle and a small 5 start.
38.
If Jimmy doesn't get
Jimmy
the treble
require
19 here, I'm going to be
97.
curious as to what he does. Conventional. Double 12. Right in the
Shot
corner, and
second
that'll do for
leg, Jimmy
2-0.
Vansky.
You heard the clip of the wire as well.
Snuck in like a 2-yard toe poke.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Jimmy Vansky could poke it in from 2 yards with his other leg outside the 18-yard box.
140.
You see him walking down the street. He walks like a tripod from War of the Worlds.
140.
You're probably a little bit too young for this, Henry, but do you remember the sound that the tripods used to make in War of the Worlds?
57.
Ooh la, as written by the great Jeff Wayne.
Now, you're talking about Jimmy Vansky and his height. Now, I'm going to scrap the tungsten teaser for the day, and I'm going to
135.
introduce you with some fun facts, because I've used our friend AI to have a look at things which is bigger than 6'9", which is Jimmy Vansky's height.
140.
Now, basketball player Shaquille O'Neal, 7'1". Robert Wadlow, the tallest person ever recorded, is 8'11".
Yeah, he died very young as well, Robert Wadlow. He was nearly
97.
9
Jimmy
feet
require
tall.
164.
Vansky is a tall order, but it's a 3-0 lead. Not to be, so Whitehead will have a look at 129. We'll tell you things that are taller than Jimmy
64.
Vansky in
Conan,
the
you
next
require
leg.
129.
Needs the 60. This is perilous now for Whitehead, who could be losing
93.
ground
Jimmy, you require 100.
on Jimmy Vansky, not just in this game, but in the table. Jimmy got the better of Conan yesterday. Well, this is an easy play. He's got to go 60. With that lie, I am amazed he
60.
didn't go for the treble
Conan,
20.
you require 36.
It's not often that you pose a question as to what Jimmy does on a dartboard, but perhaps you could have there.
18.
But he could get away with it. Double top
Jimmy,
for
you
3-0.
require 40.
Now there's no doubt where he's going. There was an element of
Yeah,
doubt
it's on the
towards the end of
third
that
leg.
visit, but he
Jimmy
does take the
Vansky.
3-0 lead after all.
So, let's play a game of
Full
things
flag,
that are
it's
taller
Conan to
than
the
Jimmy
reverse.
Vansky.
Game on.
Plenty of basketballers, because a lot of the greats were very close to 7 foot tall. I think Patrick Ewing might have been nearly 7 feet tall.
100.
Now, standard door frame is 7 foot exactly. A giraffe is up to 18 feet tall. A basketball hoop is 10 foot tall. A standard ceiling in a US
58.
home is about 8 foot. An SUV is around 12 to 18 feet long, and a utility pole is 30 plus feet in size.
83.
And also, a standing grizzly bear is up to 9 foot tall.
140.
That's a pretty scary prospect. Bear with me.
100.
What's a utility pole?
Ask the AI website I've just used.
I often use my favourite AI website. Geordies use it. It's called AI Way.
42.
And if Conan was going to get this kind of result after 3.5 legs, he'd have said, why not likely?
42.
That's the exact opposite of AI. Did you know that? Why not likely?
It's like being in the commentary box of Anton Deck.
I'll take that as a compliment.
80.
Well, I did spend some time in your homeland recently. It was a fairly nice 24 hours or so.
100.
Beautiful city, isn't it?
Oh, wonderful. Really does come into its own, though, at night, doesn't it?
You ever met Ant or Deck, or both?
No.
Tiny little human beings they are.
134.
Absolutely tiny.
Conan, you require
Do you remember
76.
the Dennis Rice skit? It's a very small man. This would be a very big finish.
Game shot
Beautifully
on the full flag.
crafted.
Conan Whitehead.
That is a lovely check out to save the game. He misses that, he's going to lose 4-0.
Fifth flag, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
And a little bit of effect work from the table as well.
I promise you the table's not burning because of the heat.
140. $68.
Who was the most famous Geordie you've ever met, Henry?
140.
Oh, good question, Nico.
I'm sure you've met some Geordie footballers. Like Adam Armstrong, maybe?
100.
No, not Adam.
Look who's on first name terms with Adam. He's not even the most famous Adam, I know. Some famous Geordie dart players.
140.
The best ones are on the PDC Pro Tour, but there are some very good ones coming through.
Chris Dobie's definitely the most famous Geordie dart player I've ever met.
He's Northumbrian.
And you were born in Blythe.
9.
I was born in Newcastle.
Jimmy, you require
Moving
81.
on. Jim Vansky was 81 for the match. Double 18. The
Game
Dutch
shot and the
Sequoia
match.
is
Jimmy
making
Vansky.
big progress on this Tuesday. That is 3 wins out of 3 for Jimmy Vansky. And there's a reason why the man who was 5th at the beginning of the day's play was at the top of the betting. He gets the better of Conan Whitehead 4-1. What a performance that was, average of 98.32. It started with a 102, and he just kept his foot on the throttle throughout the course of the contest. Cole Barstow's next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side.
60.
become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the Modus Live Lounge, and it is roasting in here because the darts is red hot. And before the break, Jimmy Vansky was red hot. 98.32 is average at a 4-1 demolition of Conan Whitehead. Looking to keep his cool is Jared Cole and Chaz Barstow. This is game number 9 of our session, and we are getting through the games, that is for sure. We promise quick fire, quality tungsten, and that is exactly what we're being treated to
First leg,
on
it's
this
Jared to throw
Tuesday.
first.
Well, these two
Game on.
know each other fairly well. They play it locally on a Wednesday night in Winchester. Whoa, Jared.
100.
Is that a tinkering of his equipment?
I'm not sure, but he has changed his darts.
44. $140.
Well, so
96.
far, the change has seen him off to a sharp start. Now, we thought we were at a point where we thought Jared was very settled with what he was going to use.
140.
I completely agree with you. I wonder why this is happening. Is this something to do with grip texture or a feel aspect because of the conditions?
100. Jared, you require
He hasn't been playing
121.
badly this week. But something's happening with these barrels.
105.
This is a good start.
Now, it wouldn't surprise me if, as you say, it's a grip thing, because the equipment that Jared was using prior to this game was an old dart, and so some of that grip could have gone. Chaz Barstow, he's losing a grip this
62.
first leg.
Jared, you require 16.
Yeah, double it for the first leg after 12. This is a really good start from Jared. He's still got problems with the dart leaning slightly right. Good luck with this one. He's thrown that one all the way from Pluto.
See what you did there.
137.
He's got to get it right this time, otherwise he might have his pocket picked.
Game shot on the first
Very well
leg,
done.
Jared Cole.
It's interesting that you mentioned the previous dart because that has a lot sharper of a grip texture.
Second leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on.
What some people might not know is that when you get a new dart that is very sharp, it is easier when you're a good player to
140.
wear that grip down. Look at Chaz's darts. They're very smooth in comparison, which means they're not going to wear down as much because it's got a lot of smooth parts to the barrel, not a lot of sharp grooves.
92.
So by virtue of what we've seen from Jared here, he might be thinking a fresh set, it doesn't matter whether it's the same set, might give him a bit of extra
96.
purchase. That's just us surmising. He might just not believe that he's throwing his best with the other set.
42.
Well, the most famous case of a grip being weighed down was Michael Van Gogh, the old faithfuls, as some called it, that the darts that he used during those successful years between 2014 and 2018, they were so far worn that he just physically couldn't use them anymore because the grip had completely gone on the dart.
Jared's got control of this game. He's sitting on 8 points with Barstow in this Group A scenario.
59.
There's a little bit of distance being created. And if Jimmy Vansky's not stopped in his next two matches, he's going to lead overnight.
60. Jared, you require 140.
This has been a really useful performance so far from Jared. Is he going to find what would have been
140.
sixth ton plus check out of the week so far?
Yeah, Barstow's just come off the top a little bit here. This
60.
is
Jared,
a perplexing performance. He's usually getting better as the day goes on, but not right now because he's 2-0 down.
Leg, Jared Cole.
That's the first break of throw of this game.
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
Barstow beat Cole yesterday by 4 legs to 2. It was a really good performance from Chaz. That's where he's starting to kick in. 3 maximums, average of 95, 40% on the doubles.
43.
That really is the kind of performance you would attribute to someone like Chaz, but Jared's got more in the locker at this point in time, by the looks of it.
84.
Finding levels the last few months that we haven't really seen from him for the best part of a couple of years. Not since winning his last development tour back in 2023. It goes back to what we said yesterday. I just think he's taken the pressure off himself, and I think he was somebody that was
73.
putting the weight of the world on his shoulders, and perhaps at times putting a weight that was perhaps a little bit unnecessary.
134.
I'm glad you brought that tournament up, actually, because Jared has won 2 development tour titles in his career. A little bit of distance between them, 5 years in fact.
45.
But there's only one person in this group who has won PDC titles at different levels.
98.
And that is Rhys Robinson. He's won 2 developmental titles and 1 challenge tour title. Chaz
88.
is one of
Chaz,
2
you
players in this
require
group who has
86.
not won a PDC title of any note just yet. Is he winning this third leg? He might be, but he's got to hold his breath just for a few seconds.
152. Can't be done now. So Barstow back for
98.
double 8.
Chaz, you require 16.
Double 4.
8.
Can't get, and Jared's
Jared, you
back for 3
require
zip.
54.
What an opportunity. That wasn't on purpose. It's not the end of the world.
48.
He wasn't thinking about
Chaz,
going
you
for double 6
require
at any
8.
point in that visit, and that's probably why he missed it.
Well, Barstow's bodged 5 chances at the outer ring already. but he's not going to miss any more. He breaks back, the game returns to throw. And I'll tell you what's interesting, Nico. We haven't even got close to a 4-3 scoreline yet today,
Full flag,
which comes to a real surprise. The first game went 4-2 in the favour of Jimmy Vansky. Every other match following has gone either 4-1 or 4-0 in a pattern. And that pattern has been ruined by Jared Cole.
130.
Because Robinson beat Whitehead 4-1, Cole beat Banks 4-0, Vansky beat Robinson 4-1, Bartow beat Banks 4-0, Whitehead beat Cole 4-1, Robinson beat Banks 4-0, Vansky beat Whitehead 4-1.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Can you repeat it?
134.
Get out!
I caught that.
140.
That was a beautiful 140 to back up the start of this fourth leg.
100.
We can say what we like about the equipment change, but the thing is, we can only critique from our point of view.
60. Charge required.
We don't know why he's done it.
130.
So far, it seems to be working. I'm sure he's got his own reasons.
92.
And we could level criticism at Cole if he loses this match and say we shouldn't have changed your darts then. But we don't know everything to do with it.
87. Charge required. 38.
His potential victory might hinge on this. It's another couple of
18.
misses for Barstow,
Jared
opening the door for another
74.
break of throw for Cole.
May only be the one dart. This time he does want the treble 14 and does get it again. Double 16, no mistake. 14 darts, a break of throw. Jared Cole has a 2-leg gap again and now throwing for the match.
Fifth leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on. $43.
The only problem Jared Cole's got is if he wins Group A, he's got to come back to work on Thursday. So he might be better served playing Group B. Extra couple of days off.
Depends how you look at it. I'm going to blow your mind now. As Jared is looking to blow this leg away. Jared has made one quarter-final on the Pro Tour. It was Players' Championship 15 in Barnsley in 2018. That's right. 7 years ago.
100.
Doesn't seem old enough to have made a quarter-final on the Pro Tour. He was only 18 at the time.
44.
En route to that quarter-final where he would lose out to Mark Webster 6-4. He'd beat Vincent van der Voort, Scott Taylor, former champion, Johnny Clayton and Adam Hunt.
100.
Don't underestimate just how much experience Jared Cole has got.
And these two will be going to South Korea because they were announced yesterday in the England squad for the World
Jared
Cup.
120.
We'll come back to that in the next game because we have some other information as well about that World Cup in Korea. Is it Bull? It didn't need to be.
Only problem is this tops is completely blocked.
100.
Just drops low.
Charge
He
required.
was distracted
77.
by the vibrant flights. Oh no. That makes this one hard. But he's got it. Tops. Brilliant from Barstow. Resurrection darts from Chaz.
He gave Jared a good old look as well.
Six
Jared
flag, it's
smiles
Chaz
through the
to throw
pain
first.
of it all.
Do you know what? I was dying for Chaz to look back and say, did you see that? You see what I just did? Yeah, game's not done, is it?
96.
This is officially the longest game of the day.
Yes, you mentioned that Jared and Chaz are going to South Korea, and that is so big for
78.
them. Huge opportunity to go to a World Cup in a part of the world that they probably thought they would never visit. I am really happy for both of them.
Sean Holly and Scott Mitchell, the other two players.
Congratulations to those guys too.
95.
Somebody else who's going to South Korea as well is Jeff Smith, our Week 1 champion. And in his own words yesterday, He said,
65.
I want my trophy back. And he's talking about the World Cup singles. He won it in 2017. He wants it back. And he's qualified for the Canada team, so watch out for them.
100.
Because he didn't get the chance to defend it because he selfishly got himself a tour car. Bartow for 3-3, cannot take out the 160.
44. 108.
Oh, this game's got levels.
Charge required.
But has it got a
116.
seventh leg?
This game deserves a last leg. Are we going to get the last leg?
76.
Maybe not. Jared Cole back for 48 to wrap it up. To take the bracket rights, double 16.
Game shot.
It's found, and that's two
Jared
14
Cole.
darters in the last two legs he's won. Jared Cole is going about his business quite nicely today, punching in some really good, really reliable numbers. Another average in excess of 90, 93.13 in the air, 4 from 11 in terms of his finishing. Really efficient display from the king of the castle. Next up, Jimmy Vansky takes on Thomas Banks. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We have completed 9 matches. This is what happened in the previous round. Vansky's made it 3 wins and 3, beat go to Whitehead 4-1. Reese Robinson got the W over Thomas Banks 4-0. And before the break, Jared Cole beat Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 2. This is how the table looks. Jimmy Vansky looking pretty at the top of the tree. 12 points to his name. 2 clear of Jared and Reese in second and third respectively on 10. Barstow and Whitehead on 8. Thomas Banks at the bottom of the table, still looking for his first points of the day. And it is Jimmy Vansky in action next, up against Thomas Banks. It's a meeting between the player at the top and the player at the bottom of the table. And actually, it's interesting the way the fixtures pan out for this particular round, because you've got these two going head-to-head here. Then you've got Reese and Jared, the 2 players, on 10 points in second and third going head-to-head. And then Conan and Chaz, who are both on 4th and 5th on 8 points and going head-to-head in the game after that. We're going to learn a lot about the league standings come the end of this particular round.
We certainly are. You asked me the question at the top of the show, Henry, about Whitehead being 5th favourite for the group, even though he was leading the table. If results don't go his way in this round, he could find himself in 5th position. It's easy to say that Jimmy's going to get a victory in this game.
100.
But we've been around long enough to know that darts is just not that predictable.
133.
Yesterday from Thomas, changing the shirt midway through the session.
That's nothing to do with superstition. That's got everything to do with comfort. You go on a hot stage, you perspire a little bit. There's a nice feeling of freshness if you change your shirt. If I were playing in these conditions,
50,
I'd have
sir.
5 shirts and I'd have 1 for every game. And I'd keep 4 of them in the fridge. You think I'm kidding? Some players do this, especially at Blackpool.
Well, it is Wimbledon season, and we do see a
95.
fair few times
Jimmy,
a few players changing shirts in the middle of the match. Was it David Wazowski who wore 5 shirts in 5 different games once
Thomas,
upon
you
a time?
require 136. No score.
Oh, no.
Jimmy, you require 78.
I am lost for words. And so is Thomas. Double top for Jimmy.
58. Thomas, you require 136.
What you hope as well is when you consider how positive a start he made to this contest, that
48.
doesn't
Jimmy, you require 20.
begin to plague his mind as
Game shot on the
Vansky
first
does
leg.
his
Jimmy
job on double
Vansky.
10 to take the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you're not going to get any celebrations from Jimmy. He's a bit more respectful than that.
57.
Obviously, that 136 bust is not a nice moment as a dart player, but it's really important for Thomas at this point in time to make sure that he doesn't
85.
place too much disappointment on missing anything.
I think it summed up the characters in this group. Now, we both left the building, about 2:30 yesterday. We went outside, and who did we see alongside Thomas Banks?
123.
Jimmy and Conan.
Pretty much everyone.
Even these two are sharing
96.
accommodation this week. So they'll be spending a lot of time in one another's company.
57.
Can you imagine how difficult it is for Jimmy to go bed shopping?
45.
Have you got any beds that don't have my feet sticking out at the end? Being so
58.
tall is difficult, I'm sure. Things we take for granted at 5'9", with my hand in the air. I don't have to stoop when I walk through a
13.
door. I don't have to buy a more expensive seat on the plane because I need more leg room.
But in saying
90.
that, the Netherlands is a very tall nation, and going back to that photo that we spoke about yesterday of him Danny Van Trypen,
95.
their very,
Jimmy
very tall
require
friend
88.
at 7'2". Double 14. Easy now.
Showing us a little bit of his wingspan there.
74. Thomas, you require 107.
Shots on. Very close on that treble 16. He gets it eventually.
83. Jimmy, you require
Vansky is
14.
stooping down for sevens.
Seven.
Doesn't quite get there. So
Thomas, you
Banks,
require 24.
who's still looking for his first leg of the day. Can he find double 12?
12.
That he
Jimmy,
can't.
you require 7.
And so Vansky for the break into double his
Yeah,
lead.
shot on the
Double 2
second
is
leg.
found.
Jimmy Vansky.
Didn't take much joy in taking that leg, but it is routine nonetheless.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first.
What do you think Jimmy
Game
Vansky's
on.
spirit animal is?
I got
50,
absolutely
sir.
no idea.
He's
95.
very friendly. He's very tall. He's got a sense of humour.
120.
Answers on a postcard. He's definitely not a flamingo.
57.
He's not a giraffe. Maybe his spirit
58.
thing is the sequoia tree. If you've never seen a sequoia,
117.
travel to a place that has them. Western North America. They're just unbelievable things to see. You get a sore neck looking at the top. That's if you can see the top.
137.
And he is one of those people, Jimmy, that once you meet him once, you cannot help but like the guy. There's a reason why he's one of the most popular
57.
players
Jimmy,
in
you
this
require
building.
129.
He's got to be like a vulture here.
43.
Yeah, lovely darts there from Thomas.
95. Jimmy, you require 86.
Puts Jimmy in the position where he might need the bullseye. That's what he needs.
56.
Right on line, but
Thomas,
Thomas,
you require
if he
80.
can stay straight, tops is asking to be hit.
40. Jimmy, you require 30.
You could tell by the angle it went in, didn't leave the hand as cleanly as he would have liked. So double 15, and this has an air of trepidation about it following dart 1. Can he float over the top? What can he see of that? Oh, what a
Shot on
dart.
the third leg.
What
Jimmy
a
Vansky.
dart that is, because he would have seen nothing of that bed, but he's managed to nestle away through,
Fourth flag, it's
scoop
Thomas
over the
to throw
top,
first.
and
Game
lead
on.
by 3 legs to 0.
45.
One thing that Jimmy Vansky's also had in his times here in Ports of his classic matches, classic rivalries. Everybody remembers the trio great games that he's had with Steve West in this
100.
building.
Oh, yeah. Games against West. Games against
57.
Sykes.
Van Velzen. He's had some good rivalries over the last couple of years as Jimmy.
45.
Spend enough time here. Rivalries are very, very much inevitable.
99.
If he ever gets himself a walk on track for a European Tour event or something like that, it would have to be by the band Jimmy Eat World.
100.
You don't want to hear Jimmy Vansky's walk on track.
I've already been in the practice room this week. I know the kind of tunes that are being floated around. It's typically Dutch.
Put it this way, it's the type of walk-on music that would give you a nosebleed.
129.
You'd hate to be sat the moment in
40.
front of him at a football
Jimmy
match, though,
require
wouldn't you?
129.
I think you tried that once, didn't you?
Yeah, couldn't get a ticket. But it's Jimmy Vansky helping himself book a ticket through to Saturday night.
93.
He's
Thomas
well on the
require
way. He went double-double
160.
after the chopper with Dart 1. He's going to come back for his favourite on the board to seal a 4-0 win.
25. Jimmy, you require 36.
He's at the top of the tree, and he's on double 9.
Game shot.
And he's a
and
winner
match.
by 4
Jimmy
legs to
Vansky.
0 against Thomas Banks. You can see how much Jimmy has been trying to help Thomas this week, but he had to help himself in that one to give himself a lovely 4-point cushion at the top of the table. He's now on 14 points, courtesy of that 4-0 victory. And when we come back, we're going to have Cole and Robinson going toe-to-toe, and they're both on 10 points.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Yeah, International 2 will be with you come the end of August, the second pairs tournament that we've had here at the Super Series. The Dutch duo of the Sequoia, Jimmy Vansky and Danny Van Tripp. Because he should cover himself in bubble wrap because he fell over pretty much all the time when he was here last time, Danny Van Tripp. Anyway, they'll be looking to defend that title. That is at the back end of August. It's Cole and Robinson in game 11 of our session. In fact, Danny Van Tripp, I remember when he came here for the last pairs tournament, he was saying to me that everyone in the UK says that I'm tall. Everyone says that, you know, that I'm one of the taller people in the building. Well, when I'm back home and when I'm in Holland, I'm just like a regular height guy.
On.
Depends where you go, Henry. He'd be a giant in Japan.
140.
Funnily enough, when Jared goes to Korea, he's going to be tall
100.
compared to the Korean people. Because they are not the tallest bunch of people in the world.
140.
I'm slightly jealous that he gets to go there because it is a thriving part of the world.
57.
I have inquired whether they need a couple of people to speak some stuff on a mic for a few days. They haven't come back to my inquiries.
100.
Yeah, I can't imagine you're a gochujang chicken kind of guy.
We'll give it a go.
85.
Anyway, Robinson looking at 121, and this could be any which way. 105 left. Tops left after 12. Really good first leg from Reece Robinson. Now just has to finish the job off.
Someone's got to keep pace with Jimmy Vansky now.
40.
All the winner can do in this game
Game shot on the
is
first
get
leg.
within
Reece
2
Robinson.
points. Early evidence suggests that might be Reece.
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
So what do you know about Korea, Henry? I mean the country, not your career.
I was going to say, my career, there's nothing.
90.
Beautiful country, beautiful part of the world. Seoul is the capital, hosted the 1988 Summer
140.
Olympic Games. Pyeongchang hosted the 2018 Winter Olympic Games.
I can say that he didn't Google that either.
Also hosted the 2002 World Cup, where
135.
Goose Hiddink, South Korea side, got all the way through to the semi-finals. They famously beat Italy in the round of 16. That was the game where Barry Davies on the BBC, his last ever live match, basically was just saying how the Italians were just boring him. That was where Ronaldinho lofted that one past Seaman, wasn't it?
140.
Yeah, poor David.
$140. Jared, you require 130.
Poor Reece if this goes. That's a very focused looking Jared Cole all of a sudden.
161.
Reece has had this hit against him today.
$62. Jared, you require.
Why would you go
40.
25 to leave 99? There was absolutely no benefit
Reece, you
to leaving
require
99. However, he might have ideas with double top.
Well, it would have been typical of Reece Robinson who had that mishap and then
39.
made up for it in
Jared, you require
spectacular fashion,
40.
not to be. And so Cole looking at tops to square up at one apiece. Can't miss. Doesn't
Game shot on the
miss.
second
We're back
leg,
level at one
Jared Cole.
apiece. Although I get the sense
Third
that it's a
leg,
World
it's
Cup
Reece
that's
to
going to
throw
be
first.
well attended because
on.
for a lot of players, particularly based in Europe, particularly based in North America, as you mentioned, a part of the world you may never get the chance to see again.
And that's why, if you're selected, you go.
85.
I remember back in 2017, my good friend Craig Quinn from Scotland was selected for
99.
his national team, and he was so looking forward to it, and they didn't send a team. They didn't send a team because they didn't have the funds. Can you imagine how heartbreaking that is to
43.
qualify for that 4-man team and not get the chance to play in a place like Japan? Now, if you play in a World Cup in a place like the Netherlands, it's good, don't get me wrong.
140.
But it's not like playing in Canada, America, Korea, Japan, Australia, Malaysia, all countries that have hosted a World Cup.
140.
Those trips are just extra special, which is why we've referenced it so many times today. Word to the wise, Jared.
98.
Just go easy on the kimchi.
Well, Six Nations champion, British international champion, World Cup
47.
champion. Wouldn't be a bad year to
Average
turn
require
in terms of a trophy
164.
haul.
Yeah, he's got more medals than most dart players this year, that's for sure. Looking at a 164. And after the first leg, we were saying that
92.
Robinson was the most likely candidate to be getting the 2 points in this one. It has flipped around just a little bit here.
Yeah, Robinson came out and had that real burst, didn't he?
100. Jared, you require
Cole has
72.
found something a little bit more sustained. Double top.
32.
Clips the top of the
Reach
wire.
your
Robinson may
require
just get a dart at the
86.
bullseye here.
It isn't the bullseye. It's the 7-7 that Jimmy Vansky couldn't hit. But Reese can, and he turns this game around again. It's not just the boys that were selected yesterday for the England team, and there were other selected teams over the course of the weekend around the world. But congratulations go to all of the ladies that have been picked for the England squad, including Steph Clark, Dieter Hedman, our own Laura Turner, and Rebecca Rose gets a call-up for the World Cup for the first time. Many congratulations to all of those ladies.
100.
Just wonder whether as well that's going to be, when you think about the way that the game has changed since the last World Cup in terms of exposure, in terms of appeal, whether
99.
perhaps there would be the odd television company here and there being interested in showing a Darts World Cup on their platform. I think it'd be a great thing for the WDF if there was interest.
60.
It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
And it's their sole responsibility to look at that.
58.
Jared's preparation for that started yesterday, even before the selection came through.
108.
He knew it was likely, but everything he does from here to then, it's all making sure he's ready for that.
99.
love
Reach you require
To
161.
win a week again. It'd be perfect preparation.
161 isn't going to go to move 3-1 to the good. What can Cole make of the 167?
41. Jared, you require 167. $127.
That is
Reach
just
you
brilliant.
require 120.
He knows how to do things forwards and backwards. Well, yesterday you had 120 and we said it wasn't the right time to go 3 tops. Well, maybe
50.
that was.
Jared, you require 40.
For 2-2. Double 10.
20.
Well, this could be a key
Reach you
turning point.
require
Robinson back for 70, back for the breaker, back for 3-1.
That is fortunate. That is different. Has he got double 11 left? This for a very peculiar 70 checkout.
$48.
That was super close.
Jared, you require 20.
Jared will feel like he's got away with one there, potentially. He gets another chance and
Game
will
shot
not
on the
make
full
a
flag.
mistake
Jared
on the
Cobb.
double 10 to level up at 2-2. It's a huge game. Loser this one finds themselves away a bit behind Jimmy Vansky.
Fifth
Jared has
flag,
to
it's
take
Reese
on
to
Jimmy
throw first.
in the last. So if he can have
Game
a
on.
strong end to the day, he is very much in contention.
What's also going to happen in the next round and a half
6.
is we're going to see the difference between second position and fourth. Because there's going to be a hugely impressive race for Group B this week as well.
57.
Group B this week, need we say, Bo Greaves is in town, as is Jamie Durrant, and
92.
Daryl Fitton as well. Group C, Stephen Plumstead, Aaron Turner and James Richardson will
6.
be gracing us with their presence come Thursday afternoon as they take on the bottom 3 from this group, which is guaranteed to have 3
6.
weekly champions. Eliminated from Group A, but then into Thursday and Friday afternoon darts.
58. $140.
Well, Robertson putting his foot on the throttle once again.
96. Rishi
49 and 6
149.
darts to move himself 3-2 to the good. And I've got to say, there's been a considerable drop-off from Jared in this leg.
I've just been looking at the list of our players in this group. There's only one player of the 6 that is using foldable flights.
43.
That's Whitehead. The rest of them, they're all using the molded technology.
Although effectively, Conan Whitehead's equipment is all in one anyway because he glues the flight into the stem.
140.
Get behind that.
Rishi require 106.
106, a 3-2. Treble 18. Double 16.
74.
Skims the wire, but
Jared, you require
realistically,
90.
he shouldn't have been left with just one dart at double 16 at the end of that combo when you consider the lead he had in this leg. Could be a leg he loses. Bullseye for Jared.
65.
2 shots at double
Rishi
in that
require
leg, both
32.
with audible wire clipping going on. I don't know how much of this double 80 you can see. Enough.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Reece
Did you see that little scooch to the right by probably about an inch? Just to create that little bit more sight on that double 80. That was
Jared to throw
genius.
first. Game on.
The pendulum swings again.
100.
These kind of games really do take it out of you. Because this scoreline could be anything. This game could be finished.
108.
And it might be finished in 6 legs. That's what Robinson is hoping for.
Well, the dream scenario would be done in 6 legs and done in 9 darts.
100.
That is an amazing 6th dart.
He
I was convinced he was going to switch. It wasn't an ideal lie, but it's another crack at a game-ending 9 darter for
Rishi
double
require
R.
141.
Can he get to the double? He's getting closer.
52.
I get the sense that we're going to get very close. I think a double's going to be missed for a 9 this week.
If Jared gets a 9 this week, it'll be his 3rd.
145.
Yep, I'm never at the end of it. Anyway,
Rishi
Robinson
require
89 for the
89.
match.
Can't be that simple, can it? This game's been so up and down.
Well, it's been an emotional roller coaster this match, but it's Reece Robinson who picks the points up, getting the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 2. It means that he has got a great opportunity to try and chase down Jimmy Vansky for the rest of the day. You get the sense just to keep in touch. Come Wednesday, Jared Cole's going to have to win his final match against the towering Dutchman. Robinson 4, Cole 2. Next up, Whitehead Bartow.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
With you, my love was a loaded gun. So now you better run. Fire up with
Welcome to the party in Pompey.
To secure her first Super Series win.
Again, over to the right side. This is a Stephen Bolton area of the board. What a dart from Bo Breeze.
Shot and the Modus Super Series Week 9 champion, Bo Green!
It's history for Bo Breeze.
I found a strength in me that's about to
Yes, Bo Grease is going to be back here. I got completely blindsided by the graphic there for a second. Don't know why. Anyway, let's pretend that never happened. Bo Grease is going to be in Group B alongside Darryl Fitton and Jamie Torrance, Stephen Plumstead, Aaron Turner and James Richardson are in Group C. And we've seen the 6 players in Group A already, haven't we? So let's get into Game 12. It's a meeting between Conan Whitehead and Chaz Barstow before the break. Reese Robinson got the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 2. 3 180s, 4 from 9 is finishing. Decent performance from Sugar. But the loser of this game, Paul Nicholson, will find themselves in a little bit of bother, won't they?
Yeah, just a little bit. And when you consider the fact that these two are in a very, very good position at the start of the day, they're going to be chasing come the end of this one if they do not win. Now, Barstow has only got 2 points for the day, as has Whitehead.
First leg,
So
it's
very
Conan to
similar
the
stuff
right
going
first.
on. But somebody's got to
Game
win
on.
this one to keep pace with the top 3. A win for Chaz by 4 legs to 3, funnily enough, would take him on to 10 points alongside Jared Cole with the same leg difference as him, which is almost how things started. The last thing Whitehead needs is to lose this one and find himself in 5th position
140.
after starting the day atop the table.
Everything that's gone right for Conan yesterday has kind of gone wrong for him
58.
today. Hasn't had a 180 yet throughout the course of the session. And you, throughout the course of yesterday, were acting lyrical about how many games in succession he has hit maxis here.
Yeah, he hit one in every game.
134.
Not as much joy today, but he's still got 2 games left. This one and a game against Banks in game 14.
60.
He can still rescue the situation a little bit because there's no guarantee that Jimmy Vansky is going to beat Jared Cole in the next match. If Cole gets that victory,
91.
he'll finish on 12. Vansky will stop on 14, and then he's catchable.
Yeah, you get the sense that everybody's going to be Jared Cole's friend in that next game apart from Jimmy Vansky.
100. Charge you require
Bartow looking at
136.
136 to get the opening leg. He's got 6 darts from here to get the breaker throw. He needs it at some point in the game. Why not get it out the way of as early as possible? Why not start with a bit of a burst, but the
120.
double 8 doesn't go.
Now, this is the point yesterday where Chaz was really motoring.
97. Charge you require 16.
What has he got in the tank today?
Game
That is a beautiful dart, stopping Whitehead from getting a look at the bullseye, or indeed double 16 if he'd found the treble he needed.
Second
Plenty
leg, it's Chaz to throw
for
first.
the man from Raynham
Game on.
to Mull. I'm still yet to figure out the grip
96.
of Barstow. I've looked at it many, many times, but it is hidden from our view, isn't it? Because he turns the dart towards his right ear.
Well, you mentioned Ronnie Baxter
6.
yesterday. Very much I feel about it in terms of the throwing action.
Extremely similar.
41. $100.
Even Chaz has gone to this moulded system with the flights now.
100.
I think it's taken him a little bit of time to get used to it. But now that he's used to it, he's back to being dangerous again. I can't foresee
60.
Conan going to that stuff. He really does like the foldable technology. But it does feel as if more players use moulded flights now than foldable flights.
58.
How the game has evolved over a period of time, and Barstow, so far, looking good in this particular contest. 1-0 up, averaging
96.
92. Conan, if we're going to be perfectly honest, hasn't really got going today. There's been spells, but not really much more than that.
123.
I think those spells have been either 1 or 1.5 legs long. Nothing has been sustained long enough for him to feel good about the way he's
Charge
played.
you require 83.
Now this is a 50-50 call. Tops. That's what the signal
43.
said from Whitehead.
And you require 85.
Whitehead's not going up, he's going central. He can get past that.
60.
On this occasion he can't.
Charge you require 40.
So for 2-0 double top. Bends the wire with dart 1. Wide with dart 2. Wide and wild, and Whitehead will return.
20. Conan, you require 25.
Double 4.
21.
That was for a let-off.
Charge you require
Barstow
20.
could get away with this.
Double 2. Well, that was chaos, but he gets there eventually.
Chaz Barstow.
That is not a line you want to hear.
Third leg.
But you'll
It's
take
Conan
it.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, I haven't really heard that cry too much this week, even despite some frustrations
61.
at points. The cry of Co is something that we know we will hear from Conan when he is not feeling 100% about himself, or if there's something that he's done that he is dissatisfied or displeased with.
84.
He's still in a position here where he can walk away from the day with 6 points. But by the minute, it's getting more difficult.
100.
You would definitely back him to beat Banks in game 14. But from 2-0 down against one of the top
55.
England internationals of 2025, this is a bad spot.
Scott Mitchell, cover your ears.
100.
The man that was England captain at the Six Nations.
He can't be captain of England forever.
95.
Eventually, you have to relinquish that, but you want to do so on your own terms, don't you?
Definitely feel like he's got another game of darts in that England shirt in him.
60.
He's going to come back from South Korea and start growing cabbages and making kimchi, isn't he?
140. Conan, you
He
require
was telling me about some of the
140.
farming work that he's doing this week. It's going to be hard work in the sun for him. It's been hard work today for Conan Whitehead, but he's not going to find a 140.
72.
Hard work for farmers.
Judge, you require 127.
Anywhere with the climate the way it is. Very much hard work for Whitehead. 88. That is
Game shot in the
magical
third
from
leg.
Barstow to get a
Just
3-0 lead. Trying to make Whitehead feel
Fourth
even
leg,
worse
it's Chas
about
to
his
throw
predicament.
first. Game on.
It hasn't been raining in England for a while. But it's raining
26.
pain for Conan.
That first dart is a brilliant guide.
140.
And that incredibly would have been Conan Whitehead's first 180 of the game in the fourth leg of his fourth match.
108.
There's no respite. Even when Barstow starts with 26, he corrects it.
22 180s between this pair over the
59.
course of yesterday's action.
Which accounted for half of the daily take. There's another one.
108.
What a weird leg this could be. It could be a 12 darter that started with 26.
As you do.
112.
So 115
Judge
for the match
require
and for a 4-0 win.
115.
It's been a real professional job. Average just under 90 for Chas Barstow. He's got 6. He's going to need the 6.
Whitehead couldn't do what Adam Gavlas did at the end of week 6 by getting the 162 to leave a finish.
75.
It was Charlie Manby on that occasion who suffered the 302 in 6. And this could be curtains for Whitehead.
Judge,
The
you require
top 3 might not be his by the end of the day.
Game shot. and the
13
match.
darter to
Chas
round it off.
Barstow.
A real clinical display from Chas Barstow as he brushes aside the Barbarian by 4 legs to 0. For Conan today, things have just not got going for him. He does take on Thomas Banks at the end of the session, but for Chas Barstow, averaged under the 90 mark, 4 from 11 on his doubles. It was handy for the Prince of Winchester. For the Prince of Winchester to the King of the Castle against the tallest man in the building, Jimmy Vansky. We've got big expectations. We've got a big game, and it's coming up in the church after the break. The Modus Super Series, it's Tuesday afternoon. We're into the final round worth of action in this Group A. And boy, what a day we've had. We've had a day which has been littered so far with comprehensive scorelines. And before the break, Chaz Barstow was the latest person to inflict a 4-0 defeat on someone. And that person was Conan Whitehead. And so ahead of the final round worth of matches, it is Jimmy Vansky, the Dutch sequoia, that has a 2-point lead at the top of the table from Reece Robinson. Jimmy's about to take on Jared Cole now. A win for Jared to move him to within a couple of points of Jimmy. But if Vansky can win this, he is going to be in a good position come the end of the day's play. So here we go then. The King of the Castle against the Dutch Sequoia. It's the first game from the final round of fixtures on this Tuesday afternoon. And alongside me in commentary is the asset Paul Nicholson. For Jimmy Vansky, opportunity to complete the card. 5 wins out of 5, and he would be handily poised going into Wednesday's action.
The funny thing is, Henry, he hasn't even played as well as yesterday. But his timing has been just a little bit better. He hasn't had that one display which has been completely destructive.
First.
I wonder if it's going to come now. This would be the really, really best time if he could do it, because it would send the most bold message to the rest of the field, as if to say, you're not going to catch me for the rest of this group. I wouldn't be surprised if Jimmy put in a 105 here.
108!
Well, he's got to the perfect start. Sending a statement of intent out right from the very first visit. And it was this game, or this time of the day yesterday, where Jimmy Vansky averaged 110. Now, it wasn't his final game of the day, but because of running in front today,
85.
it was around about this time where he did hit that kind of average.
Very well thought out there by Cole. He soaked up the maximum from Jimmy Vansky. And has at least given himself a chance.
Require 170.
Bullseye. He can't add to his 170 tally, and boy did he need that one.
96.
Vansky on for 11 dart breaker throw potentially. Double-double. Double-double. Wasn't too far away. Gave that second double 19 a real good scare.
I thought that was going. Jared thought it was as well.
Game shot on the first leg.
It doesn't, but his does. How good is that leg from Cole?
Second leg, it's
Jimmy starts with the max.
Game on.
He sends the message. Jared almost ignores it, does everything right, leaves himself an out and takes it. That is a great leg from Cole.
100.
And that's one of the reasons why he's got an England shirt.
Sums up where he's improved, because he wouldn't win that leg a year ago. Sums up where he's improved, where he's matured, and how his confidence has got back to a kilter which he kind of had when he was about 2021.
100.
Funnily enough, wasn't he 21 and around 2021?
Joys of being born in 2000. That's what I love about being born in 2000, 55. Nico. You'll never, ever forget your age.
You'll never, ever know a time without the internet.
140.
What were those days like underneath candlelight and the horses brought you to and from places?
Steady on.
59. Jimmy
or the olden days like Nicholson?
That's me granddad.
81.
I don't think Jared can sustain this unless he finds a max of his own right here. He's stuck with the second set of darts.
59.
It wasn't just a one-game flick.
80.
Double 10.
Game
and just like that, Jimmy is back on terms.
And look at the swagger, look at the walk. He knows he's in tune. He knows that there's a real opportunity to take command of proceedings, to boss this group, and he is intent on making sure that he makes best use of it.
131.
He's definitely in the groove, isn't he? Jared's timing is going to have to be right on in this game.
58.
I think there's one player on this stage right now who would take 3-3. And one that definitely wouldn't. Cole would go the distance and go for a one-leg shootout. Jimmy does not want to do that.
Yeah, this is real business like from Jimmy at the moment.
60.
His average is the best part of 108.
60.
Cole's trying to hang around. Now, the fact he's got the
96.
darts, as you mentioned, is probably going to be the key factor for him if he's going to go on and win this game, because Jimmy is just outscoring and outpowering him at this present moment in time.
But it means nothing if he's broken.
174.
You felt it coming. This is an assault on the throw of Cole.
108.
And that might be a moot point.
Jimmy required 36.
Well, this has been leg in, leg out brutality from the pair. And it's Jimmy Vansky who punches in a 14 darter to lead 2-1.
Full flag, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Must be a weird feeling to maybe walk away from a daily campaign with 4 points, knowing that your best performance could have been in a loss.
96.
But it does feel very apparent right now that Vansky is the man to beat.
47.
He's the one that people are going to be chasing. He's made sure that today he's made the move.
100.
But that move is not finished.
Jimmy Vansky at times is a melon, making extraordinary look ominously normal.
$126.
Making extraordinary look ominously normal.
Oh, I see what you did
See?
there.
See?
I can tell you went to school.
93.
Yeah. I like a good acronym here and there.
So, what did you
59.
learn when you went to school today, Henry? I learnt about a melon.
$57. Jimmy
not
required
gonna be three tops.
120.
That's not in his playbook. This might be. Just underneath, and Jared Cole is hanging on by his fingertips here.
Has to go. Simply put, and it's not. And Vansky, again, hot on the coattails. Good leg on throw. Double after 5 visits.
Jimmy required
To move
20.
3-1 to the good. Cole's behind the 8 ball. He needed snookers, and Jimmy Vansky may have snookered himself.
That was a miscue.
Game
But he
shot
pots
the
the red
full
anyway.
flag, Jimmy Vansky.
What a great save. And he'd make a great goalkeeper, wouldn't he? He's got a big wingspan.
Fifth flag, it's Jared to the
Well,
right
even when he
first.
makes mistakes, he atones for him in this contest. 3-1 to the good against Jared Cole. Still averaging way over a
134.
ton.
What did I say he was going to average in this game? 105.
Yeah, you're not far off.
Can you imagine Jimmy as a goalkeeper?
100.
Be like trying to get drops of water past an octopus. He'd save everything.
60. $97.
That's an interesting move. He does like to do things backwards, doesn't he?
39.
Likes to trim the score first and then leave the treble 20 for last. When he's looking to leave that finish.
60.
I think it'll be interesting to get his viewpoint on that. Why he does it. We know why he did that.
171.
That's because the 171 leaves 97, so he needs another treble 19 to leave tops. That is just extraordinary darting thinking.
And now it's Jared Cole's turn to do melon-like
require
things.
97.
Jared knows what to do with a melon. He's a trained chef. Double 12.
73.
You don't want to go all retro and have it with a little bit of ham. Belongs in a lovely Thai salad. That's where a melon belongs.
40. Jared, you require 24.
2 12s to bring it back to 3-2 to force
Edge on the
Vansky
fifth
to
leg,
serve
Jared
it
Cole.
out.
Sixth flag, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game
I
on.
know this is a random question, but how tall is John Isner? Monumental server of a tennis ball in that incredible
81.
game with Nicola Mahut a few years ago. And they do have some very tall tennis players, don't they?
I've been told in my ear 6'10". Do you remember the South African
58.
guy, Kevin Anderson, got to the final of Wimbledon, lost to Djokovic 2018? Played that incredible semi-final. I cannot remember who against. I want to say Marin Cilic or someone like that.
He's tall as well.
He was
former US Open champ.
Yeah, 2014. Beat Kei Nishikori in the final.
47.
Of course, that Isner Mahut game can literally never, ever be played again. Because the rules have changed. Champions tiebreak in the
98.
fifth set now at Wimbledon.
They have not changed the rules here. It's still best of 7. We do not have overtime.
58.
We should do a week where we do a win by best of 2 legs.
Were you here 2 weeks ago when we had 10 games go
94.
4-3? We would have been here till about 8 o'clock at night.
Just thinking about the overtime, my friend. Just thinking about the overtime.
42. Jimmy, you require
And Jerry's now
128.
officially on the rack. Jimmy's looking to stretch him to his extreme. There is
88.
nothing that Cole can do about this now. And Jimmy might be having a word with us at the end of the show at this rate, because 10 points for a daily campaign
140.
would see him top
Jimmy, you require
with a
40.
buffer.
Double top.
Game shot.
Jimmy
and the
Vansky
match.
is
Jimmy
on top of the
Vansky.
tree. The perfect day. 10 from 10 for the towering Dutchman. And he is at the height of the table. 5 from 5. A 5-star display from the Dutchman. And it puts Jared Cole perhaps out of touch. And it turns him winning Group A. That was a really good performance of Jimmy Vansky. Set his stall out early, and once in front, didn't relinquish that position of authority. Next up for us, it is Thomas Banks and Conan Whitehead. 16.
I won't say this has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Jaden Walker take everything! And Jaden Walker!
Going to get better than that too. A double 14.
Super Series champion!
The leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old.
How does he hit that?
That's how he hits it! And Jensen Walker is a Super Series success story!
Shot and a Modus Super Series weeknight champion.
Double 12. Ryan Branley, that is superb.
Turns to the scoreline. He's going to go for the big fish. He's going to get the big fish.
Needs to go, and that's exactly what it does. Henry Coates finds the middle.
Yeah, the next specials week is the Rising Stars week, which is going to see players between the ages of 16 and 21 go head-to-head. It's going to be headlined by the reigning champion Jensen Walker. He's going to be in Group A alongside Thomas Banks and Charlie Manby. Thomas, of course, a former weekly winner, and Charlie Manby, of course, a runner-up in this series. Daniel Stevenson's played here before, as has Harry Gregory in Group B, and then it'll be debuts for Jack Harrop, Nathan Potter and Caden Smith in Group C. That is between the 18th and the 23rd of August, and as ever, the action is going to be live here on Pluto TV. So, game 14, Conan Whitehead, Thomas Banks going head-to-head. For Conan, he is looking for a second win of the day. Thomas Banks looking for his first win in the group. For Conan, what we thought at the beginning of the day could be quite profitable for him after what was a steady and consistent opening day's worth of play. Well,
First
it's
leg,
just
it's
resided
Thomas to
in
throw
the opposite
first.
direction for him. Perhaps
Game on.
a day so far for the Barbarian to forget.
Just a little bit. He hasn't been able to attain a level
57.
that he'll be happy with. In fact, his best average came in his previous performance, which was a 4-0 loss. Average of 83. That's not Conan.
41.
But you have to understand the conditions that these guys are playing in. It's very, very hot down there. And this is a very, very tough table
57.
full of weekly winners. Not everybody can succeed. In fact, only one has today. And his name is Jimmy Vansky.
58.
That's Okoye, who will have the ascendancy in the group going into the final day's worth of play. It is he who is in
45.
pole position. How many times have we said in sport recently that a Dutchman's in pole position? Well, he's got max points today, his
140.
Vansky.
Are you a Verstappen fan? Can't say I am.
135.
A bit more of a papaya man myself. McLaren, Piastri, Norris.
Oh, I see.
128.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that Verstappen rubs people up the wrong way. There's no doubting his talent.
41. Conan, you require
Sport needs
134.
different characters, different personalities. Where would we be if
43.
everybody was the same flavour?
Check 58.
Just like Conan, he's his own unique individual, and he's somebody that
57.
when
Conan,
he
you
plays,
require
he just
76.
transfixes you.
He wants to leave double 18, but he's decided not to because that flight was in the way.
56. Thomas, you require 109.
109 for Banks to get what would be a first leg of the day on the board for him.
69. Conan, you require 20.
Double 10 for Conan. Up for fives, was not happy with dart 1. And it'll be well, you could see
No score.
incandescent with dart
Thomas, you
2.
require 40.
Is it a first leg of the day? It
Gets
most
on the
definitely
first
is.
leg. Thomas back.
Well done, Thomas. Whitehead can't wait
Second
to get
leg,
to the
it's
hockey now
Conan
to
to
put
throw
something
first.
right. Because the dart at double 10 was so wide, that infected his confidence for the second shot, and that's why it was low.
94.
Earlier on today, we were talking about
41.
Reece Robinson and the fact that he'd only made one last 16 on the PDC Pro Tour in his entire life. I was amazed by that. You might be interested to learn that Whitehead has only made one quarter-final in
96.
PDC darts. I mean that at the top level. He has actually won a Challenge Tour event in recent seasons. But it was back in
45.
2020 at the Winter Series, which was played at Coventry. He made a quarter-final where he lost out to Michael Smith, who was playing some wonderful darts at the time.
100.
But only one quarter-final in his PDC career. Quite surprising.
99.
Thomas hasn't played on the Pro Tour yet. All in good time. Nothing has to come overnight.
84.
Well, there's been examples of players where things have happened too soon for them. We mentioned the example earlier on in the programme, didn't we?
57. Conan, you require 127.
And we do. We live in a McDonald's generation where you think about going out and eating food years
44.
ago. You'd have no fast food. If you wanted to go out and you wanted to have a meal, you'd have to go in there, you'd sit down, you'd have to wait your turn for that meal to come out.
57.
Nowadays,
Conan, you require 83.
you don't even have to leave your house and that food will come to you in next to no time at all. To the point, some people have a McDonald's down the road and they would still order it in.
65.
Conan's not going to be happy with the fact that that order was not completed.
73.
I see your point,
Conan,
though.
you require 18.
Things change. Things evolve. Some things stay the same. But not many things stay the same over the course of time.
16. Thomas, you require 129.
This would be something else. Still on.
57. Conan, you require 2.
The Madhouse.
No
In
score.
fact, he hasn't got it. Could lead
Thomas,
us
you
halfway
require
towards the mad
72.
scoreline because Thomas Banks could put himself 2-0 to the good here if he can find double 16.
56. Conan, you require
He could
2.
be 2-0 up. 2 points for 1-1.
Game shot on the second
Nothing
leg.
more than
Conan
relief. Whitehead will be burning inside.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
He's very much an intrinsic player, as Conan. It's all about how he feels and how much he likes to play the game. It's not about the
57.
stuff on the exterior, the money, the trophies. That's secondary to him. He wants to play, to win, to feel good. But you're right about the
60.
certain generation that you were talking about. I can honestly say up until the age of about 16,
57.
I never ate out. Never. Because there weren't a great deal of options. I didn't have my
123.
first curry until I was 19. And the one thing, and you might wonder where I'm going with this.
57.
The one thing that changed my perspective about eating out, it was darts. Because when you went away with county darts, you had absolutely no option. You had to eat out, and you had to figure out a palate. And with Northumberland, it was
100.
Chinese or Indian, and you didn't have another option. If you didn't like it, you didn't eat.
Now, where are you with my theorem in terms of...
58.
For me, Chinese is really good as a takeaway. Indian, I like to eat in a restaurant. Where do you subscribe in that theorem?
98.
I have a very strong opinion about Chinese food in this country. It has been anglicised and ruined.
46. Conan,
I'd
you
like to have
require
Chinese food in
120.
Hong Kong or in China. Indian food in this country is incredible.
60.
Especially in Leeds, in Manchester.
87.
And some other parts of the
Conan, you
UK.
require 60.
This could be a spicy meatball. Just needs a clean take.
Game
That's
shot
more
on the
like
third
it.
leg.
You didn't mess
Conan
around this
Whitehead.
time.
That's Italian food, by the way.
Yes,
Fourth
I
leg,
know.
it's Conan to throw first.
You can get meatballs in Indian food, by the way.
Can you?
Of course you can.
Please do enlighten.
There are different kinds of meatballs all around the world. You can get koftas. You can get meatballs in Italian food, American Italian food.
97.
Cevaps in Eastern Europe. Frikadellen in middle of
58.
Europe. They're very popular in Belgium and the Netherlands.
$140.
These are the kind of things you learn when you travel with this sport.
59.
The worst thing you can do is go to a weird and wonderful culture and country with darts and expect to get the same cuisine as home. Don't do that.
94.
So what you're saying is I can't get a carbonara everywhere.
57. Conan, you
Like a
require
carbonara with cream in
170.
it. What do you know?
$96.
All of a sudden, this is very decent from Whitehead. It's exactly what he needs to do. It doesn't have to be that spectacular. It's just got to be tidy.
57. Conan, you require 74.
Plenty of time to open up a 3-1 advantage. Double 16. Best leg of the
Game
match
shot
so
on the fourth
far.
leg.
Whitehead
Conan
too
Whitehead.
clear, needing just one more for victory.
And that was a lovely dart as well. Hitting that double 16 with the
Fifth
blocker.
lag, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
His best case scenario for the day is 10 points
78.
and taking his leg difference back to the positive, because he started this one at -2. A 4-1 victory would take him back to +1. And if he's got any designs on winning the group or even being in Group B, that leg difference has got to be better.
140.
On the subject of
95.
Chinese cuisine, I've just had Shara Lee, Conan's other half, get in touch saying that apparently they Conan's
36.
broken the record for the most full plates at local Chinese all-you-can-eat takeaway. 6 plates!
95.
He's got a way to go to beat Andy Smith.
Didn't he get chucked out?
Yeah, I was there. That forms part of the conversation in our Hockey to Oven series
51.
with Steve Beaton and Richie Burnett. Yeah, they threw him out before dessert.
Sure, didn't Scott Gibbrin also get turfed out at one once upon a time?
That makes sense.
57.
Because you don't know who Scott Gibbring is, he's the lead chalker
60.
in the PDC. Owen Binks' boss.
100.
This is a good leg from Thomas. Giving himself a chance to get a second leg of the day and in this contest to keep it alive.
$40. Thomas, you require
He's got 6
76.
starts to take care of it as well. Double top.
56.
Conan can't put the pressure on here. He might get a chance to win 4-1.
What he can do is try and force the issue with Thomas.
50. Thomas, you require
So
20.
2-10 to bring it back to 3-2, and the least he can do is try and force
Game's
Conan
on the
Whitehead
fifth
to serve
leg.
it
Thomas
out, and that
Banks.
is exactly what he's going to do. He's showing some character here, is Thomas Banks. He's had a very tough couple of
leg.
days,
It's
but he's
Conan's
putting up the
over
fight
first.
to the
Game on.
former series champion on what is a blisteringly hot afternoon.
He's not just showing character, he's showing versatility as well. Because there are many players who can only throw one way.
81.
What Thomas has done today is throw a different way because it feels like it's new.
95.
It's not the way he wants to play, but it allows him to be more competitive.
$95.
And again, we put into perspective his age. To come up and think of this plan at the age of 18, I think says a lot about his maturity within the game.
57.
We know how precocious a talent he is. Players don't take on Gerwyn Price as an amateur qualifier at the UK Open, having a bit of that, particularly at the age of 16. But he's certainly showing maturity way
41.
beyond his years to try and combat some of the problems that he has had the last couple of days.
One of the best people he can speak to this week potentially is Keegan Brown.
83.
He was playing for the Isle of Wight at the age of 12. These young talents who come through, it's not a new thing. People have been doing it for years, but it's more associated with pressure these days because
58.
of the internet, social media, and scrutiny from people that you don't even know.
96.
There's an opportunity here, potentially,
42.
for Thomas Banks
Thomas,
to
you
break the
require
phone and take us all the way. He's got 6
170.
darts and 170 to do exactly that.
58.
The way this game is going, we're more likely to go the distance than for this to end in 6 legs. Whitehead needs a new plan
Thomas, you
now.
require 112.
If you go to the last leg decider, he can't keep doing this. It's got to be something different.
$60. Conan, you require
I'm
141.
not sure he should have been going for the 60 there. That should have been elsewhere. 16s or 12s. $125 is an amazing score. And that's what he gets.
125.
Pressure's on now to keep
Thomas,
this
you
one
require
alive.
52.
Game on a game over moment for Thomas Banks. It is double 16, and that was precariously close.
36.
And Whitehead is
Conan,
back
you require
for
16.
2 8s to round off a 4-2 victory. Well, it was a valiant effort from Thomas Banks. But it's Whitehead who
and
gets the
match,
win. It's been
Conan
a
Whitehead.
toilsome Tuesday for the first ever Super Series champion. He does pick up points in his last, but he knows that the man who led the table going into today's play has lost significant ground. 6 adrift going into Wednesday's action. It is Robinson and Bartow to end the day. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new
Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Yes, you can be here on a Saturday night at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is www.dartshop.tv if you want to be here on a given Saturday night. Right, let's get into our final game of the day. And it is a meeting between Rhys Robinson and Chaz Barstow to finish off proceedings. For Chaz, looking to finish off with a victory which would keep him in touch with those at the very top of this Group A table. We know Jimmy Vansky is going to lead the way. Rhys Robinson can go within a couple of points.
First leg, it's Chaz to throw
with
first.
Jimmy with victory in this one. But if Chaz does win, he'll be on 12 alongside Rhys, and it would mean that JVS would have a 4-point gap at the top of the table.
93.
I know I might be saying this early, Henry, but I'm not liking the chances of people catching Jimmy now. The way he's playing, the buffer he's going to have,
100.
because it is guaranteed to be 4 points overnight if Barstow wins this one.
96.
And even if Robinson wins and gets within 2, look at the way Jimmy's playing against Reese this week. It just looks like a Jimmy Group A this week. It's in bold in the air. But funnier things have happened.
81. $95.
Just looking at the fixtures for tomorrow.
131.
Monday and Tuesday are pretty easy to figure out. We get Monday and then we flip things around on a Tuesday. But Wednesday is a bit more jumbled. We place
100.
incredible importance on the Jimmy fixtures early on tomorrow as to what could possibly transpire. We'll have a look at that in a few seconds.
60. Rishi require 140.
Maybe after this 148 from Robinson.
So Bartow back for top. So what would
25.
be a keen holder throw to get things underway? Routine it is. 1-0 it is.
Barstow.
If you're thinking about having the morning off the Modus Super Series tomorrow,
Second
think
leg,
again.
it's Reese to throw first.
Because game 2 is Robinson versus Jimmy Vansky. That could be massive. Because just imagine if Barstow gets the victory here and then Jimmy beats Robinson as well in his next game tomorrow morning.
93.
That gap widens immediately. And Barstow doesn't play until game 3 against Cole. That places more importance on his Group A challenge in winning this one. And if you look at the leg difference, it's actually not that bad at the minute. It's only 6 legs.
34.
You can cut that down in one game.
$125.
There was Robinson changing that angle once again. I wonder why he does that periodically.
140.
You're not going to see Barstow changing much.
$81. Charge you require 134.
So 134 for Barstow. 6 darts from here to open up a 2-0 lead. Now, we saw Chads finish strong in the last game of yesterday, averaged a ton, and a 4-1 win over Jimmy Vansky. And so far here,
31.
tickling the ton in this one.
36.
No surprise at that one. I was, however, quite surprised to see him lead double 18 here.
27. Rishi
And
require
that's one of the reasons why.
146.
Because it only breaks down once. Tops breaks down twice.
$58.
Just get the feeling
Charge
that
you require
Robinson
9.
is having one of those days where he feels a little bit flat.
on the
Let's
second
put it that
leg,
way, because he is
just
2-0 down. He's yielded 3 wins,
Third leg, it's Charles
but he's
to throw
played
first.
nowhere near his
Game on.
best. And that is a compliment, by the way, because he has played some decent stuff today, but we know how high he can go.
100.
In the past, I have mentioned that Robinson tends
100.
to be at his best at the start of a day. That's exactly the case for today. Played all right against Jared Cole in game 11. Averaged 90.
96.
But some of the stuff in between, I can say with full confidence that he won't be happy with it.
85.
If he averages mid-80s, he's not happy.
$138.
This is a really handy display from Chads. Just having a look at the numbers, 91.83, doubling's been efficient, and for Reece, it's the end of what's been quite a long day for him. He kicked off with that 101, didn't he, against Conan Whitehead, but just looks like he may have just hit a bit of a stumbling block in this one.
99.
This is fast becoming more evidence as to why England should put Chaz Barstow in last when it comes to World Cup games for their team, because this guy can finish.
68.
Oh, particularly with Tom Sykes not being there, who I think a lot of people are regarding as the best one-leg player in the world right now, or at least at this level. Well, that's a bonus. 88.
52. Reece require 115.
We'll come back to that topic in a second about Tom Sykes. But that 12 does Reece no favours.
92. Judge requires 16.
That does Chaz a lot of favours. He could walk away from this with a 4-0 victory, flipping things around.
Full flag, it's Reece to throw
He's
first.
actually got the same leg difference as Robinson before this game started. And all of a sudden, Chaz could be the chaser. I don't want to go full, you know, picking international teams from an armchair. I thoroughly congratulate the 4 guys that got the caps. But I was amazed to see that Tom Sykes is not going to Korea.
93.
Was the best player at the Six Nations. That's not me making an opinion. That's numbers, that's fact. 102 average, wasn't it, I think, in the final form or something along those lines?
100.
I'm not going to go down the lines of speculating as to why he's not going, but the fact is, he should be there. This guy is going, and he's going to be incredible. You can just feel it. He is boiling up to form the way he was in 2021 when he was playing his best darts.
81.
Right now, he's too hot for Robinson to handle.
But Robinson is getting squashed in this game.
121.
What you're saying is this game is sugar-free?
Yes. Anyway, Chaz Barstow has been given a cordial invitation
81.
to win this game here and now.
Stop diluting it, will you? Is it going to be a 4-0 victory?
Well, it's been a very
47.
watertight performance from Chaz Barstow.
Match point
Judge
Barstow.
requires 60.
And his double top to put the cap
Sure.
on what
And the
has been a
match,
very good
Chaz Barstow.
display to end his day. He gets the better of Reece Robinson by 4-0, and it just seems to be that when we get to the end of the day, we see the very, very best of Chaz Barstow. There you go, 16 darts per leg, 93.9 for the averager. 4-0 win over Reece Robinson to end things. We are off for a break, and when we return, we're in the studio with none other than Jimmy Vansky. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Veen. Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed Tuesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it was an impressive display from Chaz Barstow to round things off in a 4-0 win against Reece Robertson. But the player of the day was Jimmy Vansky, 5 wins out of 5, and he now has a cushion at the top of the table. We can have a look at that now for you. 4 points to lead between him and Chaz Barstow. He started the day in 5th, but he ends the day with a gap at the top of the table. That's how things look for the end of Tuesday's play. And Jimmy Vansky is with us in the studio now to sum up the day's action. Jimmy, many congratulations. Just sum up today from your perspective.
Thank you. I think what I said in the first interview we had, I need to throw my doubles, and the doubles went quite well today. So yeah, it ended up in 5 wins.
Just going to get you two to swap microphones. We've got a bit of a sound issue at this present moment in time. We'll go again. We'll start again.
Right. Is this good?
It's not as if we're live, is it? It's not as if we're live. How pleased are you, genuinely, with today?
Well, when we spoke this morning, I said to you, if the doubles go in, I can be a very dangerous player. And yeah, I proved it today with my finishes were spot on. Well, I didn't play my best in 2 games this day, but I won them. So yeah, I'm happy with it as well. But I played some very decent stuff, and I'm happy with the results today.
I know obviously you had that real A game yesterday, but today you feel a little bit more consistent from first game to last.
Well, I had a 75 average and a 78 average. I think I can do better than that. But, well, yeah, it ended up being good wins. So I was happy with that. But I want to do better, actually. So.
What was the feeling, the mentality going into today? Because we kind of mentioned it early on this morning. It was a very tight table. Everyone apart from Thomas was on 6 points. How important was it to strike early, get those early wins and kind of put the pressure on the others around you?
Well, if you're all on 6 points, it's not a comfortable situation. You try to get a gap in there, and well, when I was winning the games, I see the other guys beating each other. So yeah, that I knew if I beat Reece, I would get a gap, you know. And when I did that, and then I had to beat Jared to get an even bigger gap, and I did that as well. So yeah, now I'm feeling pretty comfortable right now, but it's like it also could be the other way around because they're all phenomenal players, and if they bring their A game, everybody's capable of beating each other.
Did a good job today, didn't he?
Yeah, that 161 was unbelievable. Thoroughly enjoyable, because when you see someone on a 161, but the opponent is waiting to take a double out, they're the big shots. And he knows all about them because he's done it to Steve West. He's done it to other people in pairs format and in singles format. So to see him do it again, there's a reputation starting to grow that he can take out any shot when he really needs to, and that is what champions do.
What were the conditions like out there today? Because we've been spending the day in a nice little air-conditioned room. How warm has it been out there?
I just came back from the Six Nations Cup in Wales, and the conditions were very hot in there. They were not, in here it's not as hot as it was there, but it was close. And I was sweating, and it takes a lot for me to be sweating. And I was sweating today, so it's hard, but you have to get on with it. Everybody experienced that, so you need to keep playing and just try to do your best.
So how do you try and adapt to those conditions, or do you try and keep things as normal as you can?
I just try to keep as normal as it can. But yeah, it's hot, but just drink enough water and you'll be fine.
Simple, isn't it, when you put it that way?
Well, Jimmy's right. The thing is, you've got to have plenty of water in your system when you've got a long day. You need to be hydrated. It's good for clarity of thought. It's good for hydration, which keeps you alert. And for energy levels, it's vital. We see a lot of players who go through an awful lot of water on stage for good reason. You might only be up there for about 20 minutes. So make sure that you're hydrated. Make sure that you're alert. If you're dehydrated and not alert, you're not going to succeed. It's as simple as that. And if it's not your first time in these kind of conditions, you don't really have an excuse. If you've never been here before and never been under these lights in this heat, I can give you a bit of an out. But for someone like Jimmy or anybody in this building who has won before, there's no excuse. I'm sure you can handle it.
Last year we were saying you were somebody that really burst onto the scene, but I get the sense now that the way that you're playing, the way you're going about your businesses, the experiences that you've picked up, you're now really put into good use.
Well, I'm just keep progressing. I just try to keep progressing, and I had a few difficult moments where we talked about, but I just try to leave that behind and just try to get better and better and better, and try to challenge myself even more, and try to get the wins.
Outside of Jimmy, can anybody be happy with their day?
Oh, that's a really good question. I didn't expect you to ask that one, but I think Chaz, by the end of it, he'll be quite happy. I don't think Conan's happy whatsoever with what he's done today. Chaz finds himself in a good position, but purely because of his last game, getting the ideal 4-0 victory, which bolsters not only his points total, but also his leg difference. So he's the closest challenger, but the first round tomorrow is going to be crucial. If you don't get closer, you risk being further behind. And I think outside of Jimmy and Chaz, I don't think anybody's going to be happy.
Did Jared Cole miss an opportunity today?
Maybe a little bit. There were times where Jared looked really comfortable, and I think he's so close to finding that extra spark that he needs to succeed again here. But there's one thing we know about Jared. It's the fact that he tends to save his best darts for the end of the week. It's just a question of whether he gets there.
In terms of Reece Robinson, came out the blocks flying, the 101 average. There was some really good darts from him today. If he can marry everything up in the middle, he's going to be a dangerous threat throughout the course of the week, right?
Of course he is. He knows everything about starting a campaign very well. He knows a great deal about finishing a Saturday night brilliantly. But there seems to be this game in the middle where he can't put things together. He seems to lose focus. He changes the angle of his entry and he's trying to figure something out. But it's there. It's very, very close for him. He was having a decent day until he played Jimmy and until he bumped into Chaz. So the only thing he can really take away from the day, apart from the 6 points he got, was the fact that he lost to the two people above him.
Overall, does it look like we're going to have a really intriguing race tomorrow? Obviously, Jimmy's got a bit of a lead at the top of Group A, but you look at the likes of Jared and Conan, you expect them to push on again tomorrow. That race for B and C could get quite interesting towards the end.
Yes, it was always going to be the case. When you've got 5 players on 6 points after day one, that pretty much solidifies the fact that the Group B race on Wednesday is going to be tight. However, if anybody wants to topple this man, they're going to have to do what he did today.
Not bad little Group B coming up later on in the week. I mean, whoever drops in there, a certain 3-time world champion Bo Greaves, Darryl Fitton, who, by the way, is playing some really good stuff again, is Darryl, and Jamie Durrant in there too. That's going to be a really competitive group, isn't it?
Well, Jamie's waited a long time to get his way all the way to Portsmouth, and this is going to be a great experience for him. He's going to have to play well if he wants to get into the top 3 of the 5-person group, because Greaves is on fire. You say that Darryl's playing some decent stuff, and there's going to be 2 people who have played really well in Group A in their way as well. So Group B this week is going to be fabulous.
For yourself, Jimmy, nice little gap at the top of Group A. What's going to be the preparation going in tomorrow? What's going to be the job you feel like you're going to need to do tomorrow?
Same as today. Just try to play my A game again and see what happens. Just try to be focused, try to hit my doubles, and try to win all the games.
And then, if that is the case, back through to a Saturday. You know the question I'm going to ask you. The Vansky army, have they been in contact?
They have been in contact, yes, but they are currently on holiday. They are in Tenerife, I think, if I say it good. I think in Tenerife, yes. They will be back on Wednesday morning, tomorrow morning actually. And yeah, they might come to the Phoenix Club to have a little tournament there. Yeah, we're gonna hang out, of course, and eat something and just relax. Just try to prepare for Saturday if I top the group, but still a job to do tomorrow, so I'll be focused for that.
And that's what it's all about, and that laser eye focus, not taking the eye off the ball one bit.
Yeah, 100%, yes.
I know it's hard to say when you're sat there, but I like every single thing he says in interviews. Like, he doesn't leave a stone unturned, does he, Jimmy?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You've got a 4-point gap overnight. You can't afford to sit there and think, I've got the job done. We've seen so many people have a great first, second, or even third day at the start, and then they get pipped at the last. So many times it happened in Series 10 where someone was in front on Wednesday, but they weren't by the end of the day. So Jimmy's got the right idea. Laser focus, stay on it for all 5 games and make sure the job is done, and he would like to get it done before the last game is played.
Be interested to see. Nico, thank you. Jimmy, thank you very much for coming up. Many congratulations on your efforts today. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, Jared Cole is in conversation in the Tungsten Talk, and then we are heading onto the farm with Scotty Dog Mitchell. That is from 4:15. Then we're going to come to a culmination in Group A. Chaz Bartow will be hoping to chase down Jimmy Vansky. That's tomorrow morning for 9:30 a.m. They're all chasing a place through to Saturday night's final. That's going to be live with us from 7:30 p.m. here, live and exclusive on Pluto TV. And I don't think it's going to be a quiet night here at the live edge. How many have you got potentially coming, Jimmy, if you qualify through?
20.
20? Just
yes.
20?
Just, there are no of 20, yeah.
Well,
might be more, but 20 of my friends are coming down.
Well, they better put some tickets, and you could do so via dartshop.tv. Have a look at this.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is nails it.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty